All right, I'm going to call to, you said we're live?
Yes, we are live.
Okay, we are, I'm calling to order the, I don't want to call it to order for just us, the board meeting of Tuesday, March 9th. Can we have a roll call?
Yes, Student Board Trustee Corzo Clark.
Here.
Student Trustee Mala.
Here.
Trustee Boyd.
Here.
Trustee Davidson.
Here.
Trustee Duran.
Here.
Vice President Doss.
Here.
President Hinckley.
Here.
Superintendent Wells.
Here. Here.
Thank you. Next, we will say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can we have our student board members read our mission and vision statement, please?
Yes. The mission of Albany Unified School District is to provide excellent public education that empowers all to achieve their fullest potential as productive citizens. AUSD is committed to creating comprehensive learning opportunities in a safe, supportive, and collaborative environment, addressing the individual needs of each student.
Our meeting norms are to maintain a focus on what is best for our students, to ensure a safe environment for all views to be expressed, treating each other, staff, and the public respectfully, to endeavor to find common solutions to issues through collaboration without sacrificing one's beliefs in what is best for students, and to make a commitment to effective deliberation, each one listening with an open mind while others are allowed to express their points of view, even if one disagrees.
Great. We took no action in closed session, and we need to approve our agenda for tonight.
I move that we approve the agenda for tonight's meeting.
You second that?
Student Trustee Corzo Clark.
Yes.
Student Trustee Mala.
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes. Sorry.
Sorry. Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Trustee Davidson.
Yes.
Trustee Duran.
Yes.
Vice President Doss.
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, President Hinckley, I just want to make a notation and a quick request and call your attention to item 14-1. It's called the Superintendent Student Achievement Task Force presentation. It says 45 minutes. We're going to reduce that to 15 minutes, but it's going to be led and presented and facilitated by our high school students. So what I'm asking in short is that we move that to the front of the line, if the board can consider that, because students are presenting and we didn't want them here all night.
So we will move item 14-1. You want to move it after, before item 13 or earlier?
I would like them to go before item, if it's possible, 10.
Okay. Board, is that fine? Okay. Great. So we will first, though, have our spotlight, our food service program. So I'm going to turn it over to Sabrina or whoever is going to do our food service spotlight.
That would be me, and I would hand it over to our Director of Food Services tonight, Sabina. Tonight, we are shining the spotlight on our Albany Unified Food Services staff. They are truly what we call our local heroes. These folks have worked straight through the pandemic to provide nourishing meals to children. As we know, you can't learn well if you're hungry. Providing for the wellness of the whole child allows children to achieve academic success. Both the whole child and academic success are parts of Albany Unified School District mission. You will see momentarily the figure of 206,000 meals served in the video we're about to show in a moment. That was the correct number then when we filmed this episode. By the end of March, the Albany Food Service staff will have served over 250,000 meals. To celebrate these heroes, all food services staff will be receiving a black fleece commemorative jacket with an embroidered logo that proudly says Albany Unified School District. Please join me in watching the spotlight and applauding our local heroes.
Food service has been very busy during the pandemic. We have been serving up to sometimes over 400 students each day that we serve. It's very busy. I am Sabina Feinberg. I'm the executive chef for Albany Unified School District, and I run the food service program here. Regardless of your eligibility for free or reduced lunch, regardless of your enrollment in the district, all students from across the country can come and get food at any school site. It's a common concern that people don't want to pick up the meals because they feel they're taking away from others or that they don't need it, but it's actually not taking away food from other people, and we have plenty, and we encourage people to come and take the meals because it actually helps the food service program. Because, like I said, every meal that we give, we get reimbursed by the government. We also encourage people to just come and pick up a grab-and-go meal, make things a little easier at home. You don't have to worry about preparing breakfast or lunch for your kids or dinner.
The best thing about this job is the community service for the whole neighborhood. We get to see how it affects everyone during the pandemic, before the pandemic. We contribute a lot of service to the young people and to older people and just basically to the community. And I just like to say I like working here.
This pandemic, I am so sorry for everybody and for everybody who lost their job, who lost the people, the parents. From last year, from March, we start from April, we make a free lunch for community. I am so happy, but I want to see my student. I miss them.
Working with the ladies here is amazing. We're having like a lot of fun, and yeah, being together is nice, and being out of the house is good too during this pandemic. Come and visit and try our food here. It's really healthy, and that's all about it.
We're hoping that we are also able to continue the summer feeding program throughout the summer into next year.
Yay. That was an awesome video. It's an awesome operation. Anyone who volunteered at the beginning of the pandemic to work in there, I felt like I had 15 fingers and stumbling over myself because it is a really impressive operation. And I just really want to thank Sabina for stepping up from the very, very beginning to thinking creatively about how we get things up and running. And it's really hard to believe that it's been a year that we've been doing this. It's really impressive, and it's been an amazing resource for the community, in a lot of ways, not just getting food to folks, but as a point of connection with the campuses that, obviously we haven't had, much of during the last year. So I really just want to thank Sabina and your whole operation. I mean it sincerely. It is super, super impressive. And, you know, I think everyone is really grateful for all that work. I don't know if other trustees want to comment, but go for it. Trustee Duran.
I just wanted to say that the staff is lovely. I love their comments, so heartfelt and uplifting for all of us. Thank you so much, Sabina, and please convey all our appreciation and gratitude to the staff.
Vice President Doss.
Hi, I just wanted to say, you know, thank you for all of the work that you guys are doing over there, and for always, you know, doing it with a smile. You know, I think people definitely come, you know, because they need the food, but they also get like the added, you know, joy. You guys are always in a good mood, always smiling. I know when I come in there, you know, we always have, you know, a conversation about something. And so it's just really, really nice to see you guys, and really grateful that you guys are there, you know, all the time, and for all the work that you guys are doing. Really appreciative. So thank you so much.
Trustee Davidson.
Thank you so much for continuing to feed all of the kids and helping families through this difficult time with the extra comfort and the smiles and all of that friendly warmth. Just from the little video and from what I've kind of heard around town, this makes a huge difference, and it really shows the essence of our community. So thank you so much to everyone who's involved in it.
Trustee Boyd.
Just quickly wanted to add my thanks and commend everyone who's involved in the program for making this service available to members of our community, and also others who come into our community and are able to get this nourishment. So thank you.
Yeah, and maybe Sabina can remind us that it is available to everybody. And yeah, go ahead.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you so much for your appreciation. And I hope that all of my staff is watching right now. Love you guys, and I appreciate you all so much. Everyone has been working so hard since March. They do it with smiles, but it's not easy. And I want to thank the board and CBO Jackie Kim, Superintendent Wells. Thank you so much, Alexia, everybody, for your support. And I'm happy to also say that just today we found out that the USDA extended the waivers for the summer feeding program, so we will be able to serve through the summer. I know, it's so great. As long as I can staff it, it'll be great. Anyway, thank you to everybody. I really appreciate it. And oh yeah, you wanted me to say Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 11:30 to 1:30 in the Albany High School multipurpose room. And we will be serving this Friday Staff Development Day, even though it's not a school day for students. We will still be there. And also this Friday, we're starting our another food bank. We'll have fresh produce available as well, in addition to the like shelf-stable dry goods that we have. So again, thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Of course. We do have a public comment, but I don't know if it's on the food service report.
Wait, I have to say one more thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
also,
go ahead.
I want to specifically thank Vice President Doss for working with us, getting food over to UC Village. It's been fantastic. Thank you so much for that.
Right. So I'm going to unmute Jill in case this is on our food service report. Oh, no. All right. Thank you. Thank you again, Sabina. Sorry, Julie, we don't need that. Jumping ahead. Thank you again, Sabina. Really, it's been incredible, and it is a little mind-boggling that it was a year ago that we were scrambling to find masks and people were making them to be able to show up. But thanks to everybody, and thanks again to Vice President Doss for all that he's done to connect us to the village, that program to the village. So thank you. Go get your food, everybody. It really does help the district. And with that, we will move on to item 8, our resolution on Women's History Month. And I'm going to turn this over to Trustee Duran.
Okay, good evening, everyone. This is really exciting. I don't know if everybody in the community knows that this is Women's Her Story Month, and purple signifies justice and dignity, and some of us just thought we'd wear that color tonight. And I'm really happy and very proud to share this resolution with some very powerful women in the district. And I'm sorry, there's lots of powerful women that we could not include because the resolution is short. But I'd like to acknowledge the women that are participating tonight in this resolution. It's a very powerful way of reminding all of us the importance of women in everyday life, internationally and here at home. So I'll begin with the recognition. The purpose of this item is for the governing board to adopt resolution number 2020-21-16, proclaiming March 2021 as Women's History Month. We, the board, through this resolution, call on all schools to commemorate the month of March 2021 as Women's History Month by incorporating instructional activities and the recognition of the contributions of women throughout history.
You might need to call on people in order.
Okay, the next 3 are Alexia, Marie, and Marina.
Alexia. Oh, you're muted, Alexia.
Sorry about that. I'm also a weird shade of purple, but I'll switch to that. So this month-long celebration, correct?
Yes, please.
This month-long celebration is a chance to acknowledge women's contributions to history, culture, and society. From Abigail Adams to Susan B. Anthony, Sojourner Truth to Rosa Parks, Ruth Bader Ginsburg to Kamala Harris. Women have been at the forefront of history-making movements in the United States.
Every year, Women's History Month is a great opportunity to delve even deeper into history and hear from new voices and experiences. A few historic women of color whose actions brought about significant change include Lozen, an Apache warrior active during the 1870s and 80s, Constance Baker Motley, a daughter of immigrants from the West Indies and the first Black female federal court judge, Yuri Kochigama, who created a bridge between Black and Asian movements and between East and West Coast activists, and Dolores Huerta, the Chicana co-founder of United Farm Workers, negotiator and creator of the Si Se Puede mantra. There is also Wilma Mankiller, Eloise Cobell, Ileana Ross-Lentinen, Peggy Alexander and Diane Nash, Mary Hamilton, Lena and Catherine Carper, Sylvia Mendez, Grace Lee Boggs, Sylvia Rivera, Madonna Thunderhawk, and Linda Sarsour, to name but a few activists.
Today, we also want to acknowledge the challenges, struggles, and solutions that everyday women address and resolve. In particular, the yearly theme for Women's History Month and 2021 is all about capturing the spirit of the challenging times we're living in. Because of COVID-19, many of the women's suffrage centennial celebrations originally planned for 2020 were restricted. Therefore, the extended theme of the National Women's Alliance this year is Valiant Women of the Vote, Refusing to be Silenced.
And now for the actual reading of the resolution. We start with Jackie, then it goes to Veronica, Audrey, Melissa, and Sarah.
Resolution 2020-21-16. Julie, thank
It's
you.
not working for me. I think I'm having some issues here. CBO Kim, would you be able to share your screen and pull that up?
Sure.
Thank you.
Resolution number 2020-21-16, proclaiming March 2021 as Women's History Month. Whereas courageous women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made extraordinary sacrifices and historic contributions to the growth and strength of our nation in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. And
whereas women continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of life in the nation, demonstrating for justice and peace to overcome discrimination and shatter glass ceilings so that the circle of opportunity for women and girls widens. And
whereas, oh, I think that one's you as well, because then I'm doing the next.
I'll read the next one. Okay. Whereas women of every race, class, and ethnic background served as early leaders in the forefront of major progressive social change movement, including the suffrage movement, the abolitionist and emancipation movement, the civil rights and Black Lives Matter movement, and the peace movement, all which work to create a more fair and just society for all. And
whereas we continue to make progress despite the challenges of gender inequities, despite a dramatic increase of intimate partner violence, and despite exacerbated barriers for women of color. And whereas young girls have spoken up, challenged expectations, and been on the front lines of change in politics, education, fashion, work, and environmental issues. And
is this me, Clementina?
Yes, Melissa, the next two.
Okay, thank you. Whereas in our current moment of crisis, COVID-19, women continue to lead and work tirelessly. These include vaccine researchers, public health officials, nurses and service workers on the front lines, essential workers, and those who keep our families, our communities, and our country afloat. And whereas this year also marked an historic milestone of women's leadership, 232 years in the making, with the inauguration of America's first woman vice president, providing girls with endless future possibilities. And
whereas we know that when women succeed, America succeeds. Therefore, be it resolved that the Albany Unified School District Board of Education proclaims the month of March 2021 as Women's History Month and encourages all district schools to observe this occasion with appropriate instructional activities. And now we may applaud. Thank you, Trustee Duron, for putting all this together. It's particularly exciting to be on a board with 4 women, which is unheard of in Albany, which has always had anywhere from 0 to 1 women. So very exciting times. We do need to approve the resolution. And then maybe we can have comments after that, especially from our esteemed Vice President Doss, who did wear purple for the occasion, even though we didn't let him read any part of the resolution. But we do need to pass the resolution, and then we'll do some comments. So I'll need a motion.
I motion that we pass the resolution, but I also wanted to point out that Leo, and it appears Dr. Wells, are also wearing shades of purple in support. And it is such a wonderful and positive thing here on our screen.
Awesome. So we need a second.
I second.
Student trustee Corzo Clark,
Yes.
student trustee Mala,
Yes.
trustee Boyd,
Yes.
trustee Davidson,
Yes.
trustee Duran,
Yes.
vice president Doss,
Absolutely.
president Hinckley.
Yes.
Thank you.
The resolution passes unanimously. Vice President Doss, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it's an honor to be, surrounded by so many, awesome women. From serving with you all on the board, I'm always floored by everything that you guys bring to the position, and I'm just really, like I said, honored to serve with you all. I was raised by a single mom, so I know firsthand, how important it is to have a strong woman in your life. I wouldn't be who I am today without her. So I'm just, blessed all around. And so I wanted to read a poem that I think kind of sums up a little bit. So bear with me while I pull it up. A strong woman is one who feels deeply and loves fiercely. Her tears flow just as abundantly as her laughter. A strong woman is both soft and powerful. She is both practical and spiritual. A strong woman in her essence is a gift to the world. And I think for me, that sums it up. So just thank you for all that you guys do, and happy Women's Month.
That's right.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the solidarity,
Absolutely.
Dr. Wells and Leo and Vice President Doss. Great. Trying to track our changing agenda. So we are on item 9, the consent calendar. So questions or a motion? Vice President Doss, did you have a question, or is that from your hand from before?
That was my hand from before, sorry.
Okay.
I'll motion that we, oh, go ahead.
No, you go for it.
Okay, or I can second you. I move that we approve the consent calendar.
I second.
Student trustee Corzo Clark,
Yes.
student trustee Mala,
Yes.
trustee Davidson,
Yes.
trustee Duran,
Yes.
vice president Doss,
Yes.
president Hinckley,
Yes.
and trustee Boyd.
Yes.
The consent calendar passes unanimously, and now we are going to move to item 14-1, the superintendent's student achievement task force presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, President Hinckley. About July, August, I decided to form a superintendent task force on student achievement, closing the gaps. And this task force set out to address a number of issues that adversely impacted our young people. And so we made sure we had folks on the task force that included every key group in our community, ranging from our special ed to our student voices, teachers, administrators, classified folks, and community people, to grapple with a number of issues related to data around student achievement and the whole child, and the kind of services that we provide for kids and how might we improve them. So tonight, after meeting a number of times, and the task force is designed to be short-lived, to accomplish a mission, and to complete that mission. And so we completed the first part of that mission, and there's many parts to this. And so tonight, I just want to remind folks, we started off with our chairperson, Vice President Brian Doss, and then I picked up where he left off. And then the last leg was our esteemed colleague, Executive Director Alexia Ritchie, who pulled some things together really tightly and been the main impetus around here on the tail end. And so I'm going to hand the baton over to her as she introduced some wonderful young people who will present to us tonight. So I present to you as what we call the last leg in a relay race, our Executive Director, Alexia Ritchie.
Thank you, Superintendent Wells, and welcome to the Albany community this evening. I'm extremely honored to introduce our student leadership, our student voices, really, and the energy behind the task force recommendations that we're going to be presenting to you for review and action this evening. I know that Julie Shen perhaps is looking for our, oh, they're all here, which is awesome, thank you. At this time, I'd like to introduce our student leadership and then ask Ms. Shen to pull up our slides. The first student I'd like to introduce is a senior, class of 2021, Ari Segovia. The next student that I would like to introduce is a current junior at Albany High School, class of 2021, Ichtaka Lira. Wonderful, thank you. We'll pull up the slides and we'll present then the work that's been done on our task force. Thank you. Just an introduction, I think Superintendent Wells said it very well. We started this work, and in fact, at the request of our superintendent and our board trustee, Vice President Doss, the work was certainly many years in the making, and it took some collective energy and ideas to get to the point where we are today, again, offering our recommendations for closing the achievement gap for all students in Albany Unified School District. Next slide, please. So the introduction, again, will quickly summarize the purpose of this task force. We were going to be an advisory group for equity decisions that supported closing that achievement gap. You know, the term equity is used often. I like to say that instead of institutional racism, Albany Unified School District is now in the business of institutional equity. So our jurisdiction was to come together and use that equity lens to provide some specific recommendations to the Board of Education this evening. Next slide, please. We'd like to acknowledge all of the task force members who joined us. Our superintendent, we have our Board of Education Vice President, Brian Doss, again, very instrumental in getting our task force off and running. Our Board of Education trustee, Clementina Duran. Thank you for your many years of encouragement to get us to that point, Trustee Duran. We also welcomed our Board of Education trustee, Melissa Boyd. Thank you again for joining the efforts. Our Assistant Superintendent, Marie Williams. Thank you for your support and your guidance. I was also honored to be on the team along with Principal Elizabeth Reimuller from Cornell, Assistant Principal Catherine Floresca from Albany Middle School, and Assistant Principal Michelle Lausheim from Albany High School. We introduced our student leadership already. Again, just to thank them, we have Albany High School student Ariana Segovia, and we have Albany High School student Ichtaka Lira. We were fortunate to be joined at the beginning of our task force by consultant Nicole Anderson. Her name might be familiar. She does a lot of equity work for not only Albany Unified School District, but for the city of Albany as well. We'd like to thank our 3 parent members, parent Everett Fuentes, parent Julie Paulson, who also represented our disability squad, and our parent Linda Williams, who also represented the Black Parent Advisory Group. And finally, we'd also like to thank the classroom teachers and the classroom staff that contributed, Cornell teacher Tobias Bodine, and Albany Middle School student support, Will Kaysen. Thank you all for your contributions to the task force. Next slide, please. A quick summary of where we started and where we ended up. We had meeting dates that began last summer, August. They wrapped up as a full group in March. We went through a number of data dives. We reviewed many pieces of data, some we presented and some that were requested by task members. We started with some basic academic information presented by Superintendent Williams from the California dashboard. We then had some really interesting requests to get some more information, mostly around the whole child. Remember the 3 strategic plans supporting and assessing academic achievement, supporting the whole child, and communicating and leading together. Again, there were some requests to have data presented from that whole child perspective. So our California Healthy Kids Survey, along with our mental health service providers presenting some information, covered those areas. We also reviewed advanced placement course student enrollment at Albany High School. We thank Assistant Principal Michelle Lausheim for her hard work on that one. We also responded to requests for data on our intervention services, how we handle nutritional supports in our district, and what we had in terms of mentoring opportunities for students in Albany. Next slide, please. It's with great honor now that I'm going to ask our student voices, our student leaders, to present to you then our 4 recommendations for your review and action tonight. I believe that Adi, you might have the first one. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexia. Our first recommendation is to transition from the Superintendent Student Achievement Task Force to a permanent Board of Education Equity, Inclusion, and Achievement Committee, which will meet regularly to address ongoing and evolving issues related to student achievement and closing the gaps. Ichitaka, feel free to take the next one.
For sure. Our second recommendation is to implement universal design for learning / multi-tiered systems of support / culturally responsive teaching and monitoring the effectiveness of these practices consistently. Our third recommendation is student voice, which we want to involve students in leadership and peer opportunities and provide more accessibility to advocacy at an earlier age under the direction of a student advocacy board at both Albany Middle School and Albany High School.
Thank you. And the last one we did add, although we think it's also connected to all 3 of these, which is to adopt and implement a district-wide equity policy. And again, I'd be working with the student leadership along with the district leadership, our community partners, to work towards, again, establishing and implementing our equity policy.
Alexia, Executive Director, Alexia Ritchie, can we have maybe some more commentary about the experience from the students about their experience in participating and what they got out of it and things of that sort?
Absolutely. Adi, I think you were going to contribute. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I was going to ask if I could elaborate more on the equity policy because I'm particularly excited about that recommendation. And the reason being is some of the ideas that were accumulated in the task force was that the equity policy could work in conjunction with existing policies and could further provide information where certain policies are lacking or are needed to be up to date. Also, the equity policy can work in favor of student advocacy, and it could further validate student needs, because many students, such as myself, have felt that we have needed to fail in order to get proper accommodations and proper resources. So that student advocacy piece is a really great idea that was brought up for the equity policy.
Wonderful. And Ichtaka, perhaps you can also contribute just to your experiences being on the task force. And I think as a senior, you can probably reflect on how our actions tonight will be able to serve students moving forward.
Absolutely. So my experience on the task force, it was like truly an amazing experience to be able to meet so many different representatives from our community and come together over a lot of different issues. We all sort of understand that things need to change. Like, we have been like running on a very common like system for a very long time, and this is like now more than ever do we need to see these 3 recommendations take form. We had many other recommendations that we were that we would love to see our Board of Education, Equity and Inclusion and Achievement Committee take on in the future once that is established. Seeing the passion about creating more equitable environments in general for our students was wonderful, and I'm super grateful to have been able to participate in that space. I personally am super happy that like one of my recommendations, the Student Advocacy Board, is something that we're going to be moving forward with. I totally believe in like a board or a space where students are able to sort of lead themselves in a very authentic way. I feel that this board is going to be able to authentically share student voices and student perspectives. The goal of this board would be to have students have a space to talk about the larger issues that are happening in our country and think about ways in which we can address them across the district, maybe creating workshops and presentations for classrooms. I love that we're including the middle school in on this as well, because I know from a very young age, students learn about these things that are happening and want and have voices. So being able to share their voices is also very important to me. And I'm really happy to see, these recommendations come to fruition over the next couple of years.
Wonderful. And Adi, any final comments or contributions?
Sure thing. I would say that the Student Achievement Task Force really brought into mind what it takes to look at data, what it means, and to do it with a group. And I think that was really helpful because you have all these different educators and faculty coming from different areas of the district. And that was very impactful. I certainly believe that this should be permanent, because I feel as though it was just me and Ichtaka, and there are so many other students who are so important and have meaningful contributions. And I'm looking forward to hopefully hearing from you all in the future on how that goes.
Well, I definitely want to, again, extend my extreme gratitude to the 2 students who not only persevered through some late meetings on top of all of their Zoom homework and on top of all of the other, components of their life, to really take some time out to open doors for others, to leave Albany Unified School District stronger and more inclusive and more equitable than when you both entered, is extremely noble. And so I salute you and I say bravo for your efforts. And again, we're going to turn it back to our Board of Education president, open it up for any discussion or questions. And then again, we hope that you are going to be able to review and accept our recommendations this evening.
Great, thank you so much. It's always wonderful to hear from students. You all know a lot more than we do about what's actually happening in the schools. And just really appreciate the effort and commitment and clarity with which you've described, what you hope to get out of this in the future. And I think it's we all know there's a lot of work to be done. And so we'll talk more about what that commitment really looks like. But I just really want to thank you both for participating, and please stay here as panelists so that as we have the discussion, you can continue to participate. So I'll start with Trustee Davidson.
I would love to let Leo go first because I think his hand was up before mine.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to shout out, give a big thanks to Ari and Ichitaka for really representing students. I like a lot of these. I think all of these proposals I've been hearing about for all my time in high school, and even before when I was in middle school. And I just heard like word of mouth things from high schoolers, things about having stuff like an equity policy, more like culturally responsive teaching. And especially with like a student advisory board or the advocacy board, that's something that Audrey and I have been talking about for a little bit, and we're kind of unsure of how to move forward with it. And so it's really exciting that in the future there will be a space for more than just students on the students representing the entire community from both the high school and the middle school can sort of voice their opinions and come together to make change. I think this is a really great opportunity, and I wanted to thank you guys, and I wholeheartedly support these recommendations. Great.
Go ahead, Trustee David.
So I'm blown away. I just want to express that to Ari and Ichitaka. The way you both presented and spoke, oh my gosh, you're going to be on the school board or leading before you know it, because that was so thoughtful, carefully crafted, and really seems to represent the other students, and that you've actually taken the time and the care to think about your situation and how you can leave this school district for now better than when you arrived. And that is one of the most impressive things ever. I also just, Alexia, Richie, I am also so impressed. I don't think I quite grasped quite how many hats you're wearing, and the way you do this all with grace and such a wonderful demeanor. So I just really needed to make that comment. There is no question in my mind that I would vote yes on this. This is absolutely the direction that Albany needs to go. And I'm so appreciative to all of you for this hard work, and Trustee Boyd and Doss and Superintendent Wells for getting this going. This is a really big step in the right direction.
Thank you.
Vice President Doss.
I would like to let Trustee Boyd go first.
Thank you, Vice President Doss. I just wanted to say that to say thank you for allowing me to join in on the Achievement Gap Task Force for the time that I was able to be there, and to put in a plug for myself for the continuing board committee on these issues. They are so incredibly important. I really appreciate Trustee Duran bringing me sort of into the fold of that group, and appreciate everyone's contributions and participation. Right at the top of the line, Adi and Ichitaka. For one, it was a million years ago that I went through the school system, and I so appreciate being able to learn from you both, and the openness that you each brought to our meeting, sharing personal details about your lives, about your experiences in the school district, allowing us to learn and to understand more about what is needed to move us forward. Was the contribution to our group is immeasurable, and I very much appreciate and salute you both, and appreciate your contributions a great deal. Wholeheartedly support these recommendations, of course, and appreciate Dr. Wells and Vice President Doss for getting this task force started, and very much look forward to continuing to contribute as I can.
If I forgot to thank you, if I forgot to thank you, Trustee Duran, I apologize for that. I meant to include you.
Yeah, real quick, I just wanted to, thank everybody for their work on this. I always enjoy hearing from our students, and I'm always really, impressed every time. So I really appreciate hearing from you, and I really feel the passion that you guys have for the work. So I look forward to being able to work with you as we, continue this work. Student achievement is something that is near and dear to me. I think that when you look at a student, it's all about your perception of that student. Do you see their potential? Do you see where they can go? Do you see who they can be? And this is going to allow us to be able to take a deeper look at that and make sure that every student has the opportunity to be successful here in AUSD. So thank you everybody for the work that you have put into this, and I look forward as we continue. Thank you so much.
Trustee Duran.
I just wanted to echo what Trustee Boyd said. You young women were very powerful, and every time you spoke at our committees, we paused and we really listened to you, just because of what you have to say, and the fact that you do represent other students as well. It's really powerful and important that this continue, and that it be a true commitment to not only you two, but the rest of the students, right? And it sounds like there is going to be more coming up from what I've heard. And so I just want to thank you again. We can't thank you enough for your participation. So muchas gracias.
Yay. Oh, I'm going to so love when we can clap in person again. So we do have a public comment, but before we go to that, I hear from the board, and I feel the same way, that these are all recommendations we 100% support and want to get behind. I would like to make sure that we spend a few minutes tonight just talking about what that means. So as a board, we can approve this slate of 4 recommendations. But I think we want to make sure also that we understand what the next steps would be. So one that I see is that we would need a action item brought back to us to create a board appointed committee. We can't just approve it tonight by approving that recommendation. So that's one next step. And then the same thing with the board would not, if we approve a student advocacy board tonight, that's great, but we just would need some follow-up, not as an action item, but some follow-up information so that we understand how and when it's going to be created. I don't think that's something that would need board approval beyond just approving this set of recommendations tonight. But we would obviously like to make sure that that happens. And then items 2 and 4, just to remind the board and the public, we do have a series of workshops scheduled with the person that we've been working with on equity and inclusion. And part of the agenda of those workshops is to adopt a district-wide equity policy and talk about implementation. And I think we can fold recommendation number 2 into that work as well, just so that I just sort of wanted to outline, a plan as I understand it for making sure that these get implemented as we go forward. So with that, I want to take, it looks like we have one public comment on this item. Andrea. Or maybe not. If you're talking, Andrea, we can't hear you, so you might be muted. Okay. that may be for a future item. So going back to our panelists, Ari, do you want to go ahead?
Thank you so much. And speaking of equity and inclusion, I would love to feel as though this is a space I can validate my gender identity. I am non-binary. And also, thank you so much for all of the empowering comments. It's been a pleasure to work with all of you. And I really would like to push that as you guys take hold of these recommendations to continuously also challenge the recommendations as well. Think about ways that they can be morphed and they can be transitioned into your everyday work life as an educator, as a faculty member. And all these students, you know, it's also about who they are right now. What are they standing in front of you? And I think it's important to empower that within each and every student through that education so that it becomes sacred and that we can create all these alternate, more than 3D dimensional ways to fully represent these students through their education. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ari. Any other comments before, or we can do a motion on the recommendations and then circle back for comments too? Yeah, it's Taka. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I also wanted to extend gratitude, and I'm very grateful. Like once I said earlier, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be able to represent students on this task force. Also, your comments have definitely warmed my heart, but this is, yeah, not the end all be all. I'm grateful to have been included 100%. I'm just also, yeah, what I 100% echo what Adi said. And honestly, Adi, you're a huge inspiration for me. I look up to you so much. Like, I am so grateful that you're in my life and that we got to be on this task force together. But yeah, these are four recommendations out of many, and continue to empower one another, continue to look to the students for inspiration and their authenticity and their voice, because we've been around forever, and I've been like trying to like be involved in a larger scale since the 5th grade, just as an individual, and I know I'm not the only one. So yeah, continue to reach out to us. And I too am also non-binary, and I'm thankful that Adi was able to talk about their identity as well.
Awesome. Thank you both so much. And, you know, we don't have to try to be inspired by you. We are already. You say you've been around forever. We are, you know, we're old, but we don't, we're not always as inspirational or authentic or creative. And so we just really appreciate, you know, what you add to our conversations. And we look forward to continuing to have your involvement in those discussions. And with that, I would love to have a motion on these set of recommendations.
I move that we approve the recommendations of the Superintendent's Student Achievement Task Force.
I second.
Student Trustee Corzo Clark?
Yes.
Student Trustee Mala?
Yes.
Trustee Duran?
Yes.
Vice President Das?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Thank you.
The recommendations pass unanimously. And, you know, I appreciate your comment about wanting to be more involved since the 5th grade. And my hope is that the Student Advocacy Board will make it so that whoever wants to be involved at whatever age sees a clear path for that to happen, because that's not always the case. And so I'm really looking forward to hearing more about how that unfolds. And thank you both again. And we'll see you back here, I'm sure, in the future. Great. So I've noted some of those next steps, which I'll bring up at the end of our meeting when we talk about future agendas. But now we are back to item 10, superintendent and board members reports. And we'll start with you, Dr. Wells.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, President Hinckley. Tonight, my superintendent report is about the most focused topic that we have in our district and in the state of California and throughout the country. And that is to return back to school in person with the remote option. And we'll talk about that a little later in our presentation on the agenda tonight. I wanted to make a statement that our current plans were carefully planned, but are now outdated. They are now outdated because we're in a different era. And what do I mean by that? I mean that when we started our plan, and they were very, it included a very inclusive and collaborative process with key stakeholders. And it was during a time where the governor was closing schools. We were in the, I guess they would call it dark purple, and our infection rates with COVID-19 was out of control. Hospitals were filling up and overcrowded, and that there were no schools that were allowed to be open. And we were in a place where we just simply call it unsafe. There was no light at the end of the tunnel. It was very dark. A few months passed, and it brings us to where we are now. And we have a light at the end of the tunnel that's very bright. We have staff that has been vaccinated and ready to go back to work. And so we are in a different place now, and we have to think differently about how we get our kids back in a place that we call the best place for them to be, and that's in our schools. Next slide. Item number 2 talks about new plans. Our current plans that the board approved months ago, it was a high school hybrid plan that only included 3 hours of in-person weekly. We realized that 3 hours for students weekly instruction is not sufficient. And we need to call it what it is. It's just insufficient for our current time. Middle schools as well, we call it insufficient, and we recognize that. And so for our elementary schools, in-person daily, 5 days weekly is what we call sufficient. And that's what we will be recommending, we meaning myself and the mouse in my pocket tonight, to the Board of Education. What we do is a board decision. It's synonymous with the board making a selection from a number of reopening in-person schooling options that we will look at later on tonight in our agenda. The how we do it is the superintendent's job and staff responsibility. And so we will be talking and exploring various options for each of the levels, elementary, middle, and high school, as I mentioned earlier again tonight. Next slide. Phase-in approach or not. We can consider a phase 1, phase 2, or phase 3. But as we look at our current context, when we open schools, and we're very excited about that, next Monday, we're opening schools with our TK to first grade. And after that, we're scheduled to open a week later, grades 2 to 4. And after that, grades 4 to 6. And then April 5th, we're scheduled to open both the middle school and the high school. And the phase 1 approach could be considered the plans that I call outdated. And so we would want to jump into a phase 2 approach. Some of these plans and scenarios will be presented tonight, as I mentioned several times already, later on in our agenda. Next slide. I'm going to ask, because tonight we have 1 hour to look at some schedules that we think would be more up to date and doable and sufficient for our kids. For example, we would be looking at elementary kids coming to school 5 days a week to be discussed in more details and what that means. In all of the scenarios that we present tonight, we will remain with the remote option for families who want to keep their kids at home and continue with remote. That option will still be available to our families. But in order to do this and get down to the nitty gritty where we have opportunities for the community to weigh in, for our teachers to weigh in, our principals, our business community to weigh in on the various plans that would be presented, I would ask for the board to consider a special board meeting this Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday to do that. I think we need to move with a sense of urgency if we're serious about getting our kids back in school with sufficient amount of time of in-person instruction. And in order to do that, we need to have our actions and behavior congruent with that. And then once the board decide and vote on a schedule for each of the elementary, middle, and high school, the superintendent job is to hone in on the how with staff. How do we operationalize the work? And so next slide. Item number 5, I wanted to spend some time about negotiations because some folks would ask not quite naturally, does this involve negotiation of schedules? The schedule is in full jurisdiction of the board exclusively. The board has the sole right and jurisdiction to select schedules. The union may negotiate, if it so desire, the impact of those schedules. And so in the spirit of transparency, which was a word that we used lots last week, that we wanted more transparency when it came down to negotiation. The board was crystal clear in that, and so was our community. And so in our sunshine process, we have our proposals, our initial proposal, all visible and available to the community. So what's the difference between a regular contract and an MOU? Simply put, we have a regular contract, and an MOU historically has been treated like an amendment to the contract. And so our practice have been to adhere to what we call the sunshine agreements, where the proposals are available to everyone and we have to make public our initial proposals. And then the MOUs, historically, we have not done that. And so we do have a legal opinion that we're not required by law to do that. And so moving forward, independent of what our legal opinion says, we will be keeping our MOUs and proposals visible because that's what the board wants, that's what our community wants. And so starting and effective immediately, we will make those available upon receipt of proposals from both sides. So again, do we have to negotiate a new schedule? No, that's the board's jurisdiction. I repeat it several times to illuminate a point. The board has full jurisdiction on schedule. That's the what. The how is what superintendent and staff do. So first step in negotiations is to present the union a demand notification to bargain. We did that just recently after hearing what the board wanted the superintendent to do. And so the items we want to bargain is we wanted to address Alameda County Public Health guidelines for the following: cohort sizes, maximum number of cohorts per day, physical distancing, quarantine and/or class closure. And then school reopening phase 2, more in-person instruction and more in-person instruction at both AMS and ASS. That would be the impact, if any. The union could decide to negotiate the impact or not. And so at this point, we believe that we want to be preoccupied with reopening in-person schools sooner than later at our elementary schools, 5 days a week, effective immediately, because we know and convinced that is in the best interest of our kids, our community. And let me just tell you this, talking to some teachers, they just are ecstatic and can't wait to get back with their students after not having students in person for over a year. Next slide. The Board of Education Options and Authority, I won't repeat that, so let's skip that one. Next step, I'll be asking later tonight for the board to call a special meeting to select in-person options. Tonight, we have that on the agenda, but it's for review and discussion only. And so at the special board meeting, the community can come out and weigh in. And so if you don't get a chance to weigh in tonight, you can do it at the special board meeting. We have our teachers who could weigh in also, and our principals and other administrators will have an opportunity to do that. Next slide. That concludes my superintendent report, Madam Chair, President Hinckley, for this evening.
Great, thank you. I look forward to hearing more about that in our upcoming agenda item shortly. And just a reminder to folks that we will have a chance then for commentary and questions and more details. I actually don't have my own report. I am eager to move on to our action items or our discussion items. So Vice President Doss.
Thank you. For my report, I have 4 items. We already heard from food services, so I just wanted to add on that if for one reason or another you're unable to make it to the high school, I do have some volunteers. I have a team of volunteers that I've been working with, and they're really eager to continue assisting the community so we can deliver the food to you. Just send me an email, and I will set that up to you, and we can deliver the food to you for your family safely, no contact delivery. So please reach out if that's something your family can benefit from. I also wanted to kind of just highlight counseling services that we have available. And so if you have any questions about that, you can reach out specifically to your site principals and speak with them about that. But I just wanted to point out the contact person at each site. So at the high school, it would be Shelley Ball. At the middle school, Rachel Gordon. At the elementary and preschools, you have Heather Collins and Joanne Weil. And so if you need to speak with them, you can reach out if you have any questions or help. If you need help with contacting them, please let us know or reach out to your site principals directly for any counseling services that you might need at this time. The next part of my report is we have a new parent group, and I'm so honored to be able to announce that this evening. The Asian Pacific Islander Parent Engagement Group has been formed, and they wanted me to let you all know this evening. They're looking for individuals to join. If you would like to participate and be a part of that group, I'm going to provide their email shortly. And their mission, give me a moment to pull it up. The mission of the API-PEG is to represent the interests of API students and families with the lens of equity and inclusion, build community and resources, and support other groups with shared interests. They also, like I said, have a survey that they've encouraged people who identify as Asian Pacific Islander to complete. This will help them to inform. It will help inform them so that they can, continue the work. If you would like to reach out to them to be a part of this group, their email is albanyAPIparents@gmail.com. So I really encourage you to reach out and be a part of that group. The last part of my report is I'd like to request that for the public comment this evening, we up the amount of time to 2 minutes per person. And I really think that these are important topics that we're discussing, and it's important to give the community an opportunity to speak, and we need to hear what they have to say, because we are talking about their most prized possession, which is their children. So I'd like to make that request that we change that time to 2 minutes. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Trustee Duran.
I am so excited about listening to the details of school reopening that, like President Hinckley, I'm ceding my time.
Trustee Davidson.
I'm going to follow suit as well and save our time for public comment and for hearing the reports. Thank you.
Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. I will say just quickly, I just wanted to thank parents, teachers, other members of the community who have shared thoughts and concerns, and assure everyone that they are heard and read. Views ranging from the importance of keeping a robust remote program, excitement with the current hybrid plan, excitement with an enlarged hybrid plan, the desire to focus on the fall, and various other concerns. I just want to assure everyone that regardless of whether you think your voice is the loudest or the most numerous or abundant, that all of your comments are appreciated and seen and heard. Thanks.
Great. Student board members, go ahead.
Yeah, Audrey and I prepared a short little statement, but before that, I just want to say for the normal student updates that we usually give, all of that information can be found on the school site newsletters, and you can find those on the school websites or the district website. But yeah.
Okay. Over the past few weeks, Leo and I have spoken to various students at Albany High School who are a combination of excited, nervous, and relieved to join their peers in hybrid instruction. Tonight, we would like to relay these sentiments. We've seen over this past year the detriment distance learning inflicts on mental health. Students are stressed, students are frustrated, students are burnt out. When we heard about the possibility of returning in person to any extent, it offered a glimmer of hope. After a year of isolation, students once again talked about playing sports, sharing music, and socializing with their friends. We would like to make it clear that as COVID tested mental health, our teachers demonstrated unwavering support. This morning, we asked our peers what words describe their teachers. What they said included hardworking, resilient, empathetic, dedicated, compassionate, understanding, creative, encouraging, and trying their best.
However, the student body is not without frustration. Many students felt blindsided by the change to their schedule and struggled to reshape job commitments, family responsibilities, and extracurricular engagements. Students were frustrated that they knew too little, too late. We hope that as we plan for the future, students and the rest of the community are given a greater role in decision-making. This requires greater outreach from the district. Directly reaching out to students and other community members with specific information and opportunities to provide input on plans that are in development is a necessity. We cannot repeat the same mistake of waiting until a decision has already been made to give the full community an opportunity to voice opposition. Without these efforts, false narratives and misinformation will continue to spread within our community as they currently are en masse. Clear communication is essential for us to be successful in serving students, and we must do exactly that, serve students. It is time to stop focusing on past grievances, mistakes, and misinformation. The desire to vent one's frustrations is valid, but it should not and will not become a priority over focusing on what is best for students. And we hope that moving forward, everyone can agree on this one principle and let it guide us. Superintendent Dr. Wells, Assistant Superintendent Williams, the entire district office staff, board members, and members of the community, we thank you for committing day and night to ensure that students are put first, and we have the utmost faith that you will continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that and doing the work of reaching out to some students to get that information. So that concludes our reports. We now have comments on matters not on the agenda. And I just want to remind people that anything to do with reopening schools is on our agenda tonight. So if that's what you want to talk about, please wait for agenda item 13, not just so that you're making your comments in the right place, but so that we can respond to them, because we can't respond to this area of public comments. So if you are waiting to address a matter that is on the agenda, whether that's reopening or a future agenda item, please hold off so that folks can raise other matters. And with that, I'm going to start with, I don't see a name, but S. Dancer. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Is this for comments about reopening school? Is that what you're saying?
Nope, this is for comments on something that is not on the agenda. So if you want to comment on reopening, there will be another opportunity in a future agenda item.
Okay,
in
I will
about
wait.
15 minutes.
I will wait
Great.
for that. Thank you.
Yep. Stephen Nath.
Yep. Hello. Can you
Go
hear me?
ahead. Thanks.
Yes, thank
Yep.
you. We just wanted to, Chris Knight and myself, have a statement to read for ATA. Dear members of the board, superintendent, and Albany community, next week marks the beginning of in-person learning for most of our youngest learners. As each week passes, over 100 additional students will be reunited with their teachers and classmates, and we are thrilled. And this is possible through the culmination of almost a year of hard work from all parts of our community. Our parents supported us as we recreated remote learning into the multifaceted experience it is now. The district provided training and support as we continually improved a brand new way of teaching. Teachers continue to put their heart and soul into their passion, their students. We should all be proud of this work. And during this time, the district created reopening task force committees with parent and board member input. Schedules were discussed at board meetings, and our bargaining team worked incredibly hard at the district to create a viable plan for hybrid teaching in Albany. This collaborative effort focused on three main tenets: keeping students with their teachers, allowing a robust option for families that needed to stay remote, and providing students and staff a safe and healthy place to teach and learn. This plan provides all of those things and is supported by over 95% of our voting members and was ratified by the school board 5 days ago. We have a plan. Let's put it to work. Albany students are the center of everything we do. We appreciate the collaborative effort that has provided us the opportunity to safely bring our educators and students back to the classroom. And we are confident that we can provide the best for our students with the support from our community partners. Thank you. Sincerely, Stephen Nath and Chris Knight, ATA co-presidents.
Thank you. Daniel Cardoza. You might be muted, Daniel.
I apologize. Okay. I just want to express my gratitude for the psychology staff that's gotten our kids through this year and single out one psychologist in particular. Crystal Jacobs embodies the best of what Albany Unified has to offer students. She upholds our principles of communicating and leading together, supporting the whole child, and providing opportunities for engagement and growth. At the same time, this year she took on the challenge of adapting psychology services to the digital realm, for which I want to express my further appreciation. It takes careful work to develop trust with high school students, especially when their experience is as complicated as that of special education students in Albany. Ms. Jacobs has helped my daughter learn to trust at least one adult at school. That is a trust that is as fragile as it is precious, and I can't imagine what school will be like for Nora without her there. This has been a very challenging year for staff, administrators, students, and parents alike. And I'm sure there have been moments when teachers, administrators, and staff have discussed and maybe even disagreed about how to best serve our children. We're reassured to know that experts like Crystal Jacobs are part of that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl, please.
Thank you.
As an education advocate working for a national disability civil rights firm for 15 years and a parent and grandparent of children in Albany for 40 years, I'm very concerned about recent decisions that may directly and negatively impact our most vulnerable students. Specifically, I've learned that the only full-time permanent educational psychologist in special education may not be renewed for next year. An educational psychologist is a critical member of the special ed team. They perform assessments to determine eligibility. They make recommendations and provide consultation to staff and to families about how to teach and support eligible students and keep them in their least restrictive and most inclusive setting. Separate is not equal. At a time when we're finally getting students back in person, when we've struggled to fill positions in special education and provide meaningful education to our students with disabilities, it's troubling that a key staff member providing essential services, in fact, the only person in the district who is a full-time permanent person, may be released. For students with disabilities, mental health may have been significantly impacted as a result of the lack of disability services over the past year. And when we're paying contract agencies to complete a backlog of required assessments for which the district has significant legal exposure, that the district would decide to let our only full-time educational psychologists go is alarming. I've heard from special ed staff that many are pursuing other employment options because they feel demoralized and unsupported. The Albany Disability Squad and others have repeatedly raised concerns about past leadership failures, IEP noncompliance, and budget cuts that disproportionately impacted our kids. This latest decision may further erode our faith and confidence in the district's commitment to children with disabilities. I'm also concerned about the district's increasing reliance on contract employees for special ed. No other group of Albany students repeatedly has contractors and subs serving them for many months repeatedly. Temporary staff and contractors don't understand our community and aren't connected in some way. Please rescind this decision.
Thank you. Mary Castillo-McIntyre.
Good evening, board. This week, Congress is taking final action and will send the $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan to President Biden for signature. And for the first time since the onset of the pandemic, Congress has included funding specifically supporting the education of students with disabilities under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA. IDEA funds provided to states are $2.58 billion, that's billion with a B, for Part B, K through 12, $200 million for Part B, Section 619, preschool, and $250 million for Part C. Previously, all COVID education funding could be spent on IDEA activities and all other educational uses. However, to date, there is no evidence of districts and schools, including AUSD, using COVID funding provided in March or December to directly support students with disabilities. The newly targeted IDEA funds are included as part of the overall $130 billion Congress provided for K through 12 districts and schools to flexibly address the instructional loss of students can use for all allowable activities, which include but are not limited to retrofitting schools for social distancing, improving ventilation systems, hiring additional janitorial staff, and purchasing personal protective equipment. 20% of K through 12 funding must be reserved by districts to address instructional loss through evidence-based strategies, including extended school day and year, as well as summer school. The board will be critical to ensuring students with disabilities are included in district and school planning in the coming weeks and months. And we would like to see evidence, very much unlike the alarming comments that we heard by my colleagues in the Albany Disability Squad, that the board and the district administration is supporting students with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Leonardo Marte. I'm promoting you to a panelist.
Hi. Good
There you are.
evening,
Go ahead.
everyone. Yes, evening. I'm on this is Kathleen Marte. I'm on my son's Chromebook. He's a 10th grader at the high school. And last week he got to participate in the hub. He got to go to school in person. And what a relief it was for me to be able to focus on my job teaching and not have to monitor him and he was thrilled to be back at school. And it was wonderful for him to get the support he needs to do distance learning. So I want to thank you for all the hard work to make that happen. And I also want to do a shout out to two of his teachers that have been very accommodating and have worked really hard to help Leo. Distance learning has been very hard for him. It's not, it's very hard. He struggles with focus as it is, and he gets distracted with the chats, the cameras. And so his speech teacher, Cullen Gerst, and his case manager, Miss Aubrey Freeman, they both are extremely patient with him, and they never make him feel bad, because some would think that he's just behaving poorly, but he's not behaving poorly. He lacks impulse control, executive functioning. His disabilities make it difficult for him, and they never make him feel bad about his disability. And so I really appreciate the love and the patience and the support they give him. I also appreciate how collaborative they are with me. We just had an IEP meeting, and I give lots of ideas, inputs, and we work together to come up with the best IEP goals for him. So I just wanted to express my gratitude tonight. I know everybody's working really hard. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So we'll now move to our first agenda item, 13, our staff report on reopening. And I will turn it over to Dr. Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair, President Hinckley. As we mentioned tonight, coming before you is two of our chief level administrators to talk about school reopening. We have with us our Assistant Superintendent, Marie Williams, and our Executive Director, Alexia Ritchie.
Thank you, Dr. Wells. Good evening, Board President, community. Ms. Shen, if you could allow me, please, to share my screen. I'll be sharing the slides this evening. Thank you very much. Great, thank you very much. So as Dr. Wells indicated in his superintendent's report, this evening you are going to hear some information about expanding our instructional offerings and continuing our journey toward reopening schools. And so there are three sort of general themes around which tonight's presentation is grouped. First, we're going to give just sort of a general review and summary synthesis of guidelines as they currently exist at the state and county level. And then we're going to touch on and just sort of briefly review what is currently happening in terms of our district's hybrid reopening plan. And then, as Dr. Wells indicated, we are going to be presenting some concepts for your consideration and further deliberation at a future work study session to be calendared in the immediate future. So tonight, we're going to try to, I will try to stay within a reasonable amount of time in terms of sharing this information so that you sort of have a foundation for your conversation where you sort of get to dig into the weeds, I think was the intention. So I'll be maybe hovering around sort of 10,000 feet this evening in terms of some of the information. So to begin, wonders never cease to amaze. I put these presentations together and then the county guidance or state guidance changes the very day of the presentation. And so this very first slide is almost completely out of date because it is speaking about sort of general reopening guidance that stated when it was in effect that while Alameda County was in the purple tier, only schools in grades TK through 6 would be permitted to open, given that they were at a sort of an acceptable case rate. And that while we remained in the purple tier, grades 7 through 12 were not permitted to open. So today, lo and behold, in my email, I received a copy of the press release from Alameda County indicating that the county has met the metrics for the red tier for 2 weeks and effective tomorrow, March the 10th, activities and businesses permitted in the red tier may resume operation. I'd like to take 5 seconds to just give a little cheer about that. We've been in the purple for so long and there's been so much anxiety around sort of just being in that tier that I think it's such a great thing on its own to celebrate that we are moving into the red tier, that we're beginning to see the decrease in cases, that we know that we need to resume our lives more or less as normal, and then also to continue our path toward having students back in school more. So we are in the red tier today, and tomorrow we resume red tier activities. The next two slides are going to speak about just general health and safety guidance from the state of California and also Alameda County. And so here is where I would invite my esteemed colleague, Alexia Ritchie, to speak about the next two slides.
Wonderful. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Williams and community joining us tonight. So just to go over some basic definitions, and also to try to create a kind of a local scope on what we've been doing in regards to our health and safety guidance. And so I'll start with one of the first tiers of mitigation, which is a daily health screening protocol that we are asking all students and staff to complete before they come on campus. Now, over the past several months, we've been using just a simple Google Doc, and we've been requiring all staff members and some students participating in hubs, for example, to complete a Google Doc form that asks them some basic daily health screening questions. And you have seen all of these in the community for the past year. How are you feeling today? Are you showing any symptoms? Have you taken your temperature? Have you had any exposure? What we'd like to do, especially as we're pivoting to have more students come back on campus, is to utilize a new company called Screener 19. Screener 19 is a new company, a startup that specifically wanted to fill that void for districts who knew they were going to have to manage a number of students coming back on campus. So again, we have pivoted to a company called Screener 19. This is an online portal for the students and staff to complete the daily health screenings before they come on site. We also will continue with our COVID-19 staff testing. We're currently offering a weekly schedule via the company Curative. The County Department of Public Health does recommend being tested twice a month. We are still in the stages of offering it weekly, but again, the recommended testing schedule is twice a month. And we are prepared to work with students who may need access to testing. We do not, at this point, have a widespread program for testing students, but again, it is accessible for folks who need access to that. Face coverings or masks, again, are the cloth or the 3-ply disposable masks are going to be required to be worn properly by all staff and students while on site. We've had 100% compliance for the most part with that, with our students and our staff members. We do have ample supplies available. In fact, I wanted to thank Superintendent Wells for purchasing, I believe it was 5,000 N95 masks just in case. We also have many surgical masks. We have masks I'd like to acknowledge. I believe it's the PTA at Marin who sewed masks for all of their students, which is incredible. And again, we will have supplies available for staff and for students if they need access for that. Now, individual considerations are being implemented for medical reasons. But again, we do have close to 100% compliance with our staff and students when it comes to face coverings. Cohort stability, and again, some of that information is very fluid. In fact, we're going to be discussing perhaps that today, but again, for the purposes of our conversations, when we're talking about keeping cohorts stable, we have a fixed membership that's going to be staying together for all activities. That cohort stability starts in preschool and would move all the way through our transition program. Ventilation, I believe our director Borrego is on the call today. There might be some questions around ventilation, but I have to applaud him and the work of all of our department members and our consultants who have worked with our industrial hygienist to test all of our schools to date. We're going to encourage and we're going to require and we are going to support positive hand hygiene at all levels. Again, thank you, Director Borrego, for working on those hand washing stations. You'll see some of those, especially when you walk into our elementary playgrounds. Plenty of hand sanitizer around the sites and around the district. Again, multiple supplies have been purchased for all sites and continue to be supplied when they run out. And materials, our staff, especially I'd like to acknowledge the preschool, for example. Our preschool staff has returned to in-person instruction. We've been doing it for several weeks now, and they truly are an example of how to open the schools really safely. One of the things we worked really hard on, which again, some of our principals are really working on, how to limit the use of shared objects and equipment, items such as electronic devices, clothing, any toys, games, and art supplies, really to the extent practicable, or we're going to limit the use of those supplies and equipment, let's say to one group of children at a time, and then cleaning in between those uses. Next slide, please. Physical distancing guidance, there are some definitions of physical distancing that are very familiar to us now. And in particular, it's the 6 feet of physical distancing. Our goal, of course, is to maximize space between the seating and the desks of our students and the seating and the desks of our staff. So we want to distance the teacher and other staff desks at least 6 feet from students and other staff members per the MOU. Updated Alameda County Public Health Department guidelines do recommend then that under no circumstances should distance between student chairs be less than 4 feet. We do anticipate and are prioritizing the use and maximizing outdoor spaces for activities where possible. We see that currently, for example, with our intervention hubs and our special education hubs. And I know our principals are inventorying outdoor spaces, seeing how practicable it is to move students and staff members to outdoor spaces, again, as much as practicable. We also are considering, and we have purchased cleanable privacy boards, clear screens to increase and enforce separation between staff and students. I believe we have purchased around 600 of those, and we are starting to distribute those to the elementary schools. And the classroom capacity, and I know Superintendent Williams did a lot of field work when it comes to the capacity of our classrooms. And Alameda County will tell you that it is truly dependent on the square footage of each of the classroom spaces and then the ability to space those desks for students and staff, again, within that 4, to the MOU's language, 6 feet apart.
Thank you, Ms. Ritchie. So you did reference field work. So I will just say that we did have the opportunity to visit elementary classrooms and sort of take a sampling of standard size classrooms, and then also visit classrooms that were sort of irregularly shaped, so not sort of your typical rectangle and oblong, and did have the opportunity to look at sort of what the capacity of the classrooms would be at both a 6 foot distance and also a 4 foot distance. And so at 6 feet, you couldn't fit a whole class and maintain that distance. At 4 feet, you do have some more room, and could, maybe a class of 24 could fit a class of 24 based on our sampling today. And we just did visit the Ocean View East, and we visited the Annex, where Ocean View students are housed, and we also had the opportunity to visit Marin. Actually, the measuring took longer than we had anticipated, and so that field work will continue as we move forward. But I think we sort of gave ourselves a reasonable sort of hypothesis, right, that we can sort of move forward with in terms of how many desks could be accommodated, how many students could be accommodated at 6 feet of distance and 4 feet of distance. So I wanted to talk just a little bit about the work that we have been doing ongoing to prepare to pivot to hybrid instruction, and let the community know that our elementary internet support hubs that were launched at Cornell, Marin, and Ocean View have a total of 30 students attending. Our principals invited more students, but about 30 students have accepted the invitation and have been attending regularly and have been reporting positive results. We also are, the special ed department is also operating 3 hubs, one at Cornell, one at Albany Middle School, and one at Albany High School. And those hubs are currently serving about 10 students. And again, the director is reporting that students that are participating are eager and excited to be involved in those hubs. And so we are sort of using those hubs to get our students back on campus. And also it's giving the sites an opportunity to begin to implement with students the health and safety protocols that we know are needed. We did ask our families, we've asked all of our families now about their intent to return based on the schedules that were approved by the board in the past few months here. And based on the information that we received from our elementary families, about 70% families wish to return to in-person instruction, with about 30% desiring to remain in full remote. The percentages for secondary were, the initial responses were a little lower, and I know that our secondary sites were going to be doing additional reach out to confirm those numbers of students, so I don't have those exact numbers for you today. Last week, I think it was just last week, and then the week before, Albany High School kicked off site-based community forums to provide information, more specific information about the plans to reopen under the hybrid model that was approved by the board. They've been working, our site principals and staff have been working on making staff assignments. Our staff is participating in transition and training. Our maintenance and operations department is working on ensuring that our facilities are prepared and ready to welcome students. And of course, from our superintendent's office, we continue to get the weekly community updates that are keeping our community apprised of what's happening as we prepare to welcome students back on campus. So I'm going to go through the next couple slides pretty quickly because this is information that I think is well known to us, but I just sort of wanted to just sort of review as we then launch into sort of our next area of study. So we are excited to be welcoming TKK students on March 5th, and then students in 1st through 3rd grade, 4th through 6th, and then 7th through 12th in the weeks that follow. Just wanted to talk a little bit, I know that there are questions often about why is it this way and why are we not doing it some other way when it appears that some other people are doing it some other ways. And so this slide I think just grounds us in sort of the health and county guidelines that we're using, and then sort of just reviews the model that we've adopted sort of in relationship to that. So in alignment with guidance from California Department of Public Health, for the purposes of our current hybrid model, students are being organized in stable groups with fixed membership that stays together without mixing with any other groups for any activities. And so that is guidance that is currently found in California Department of Public Health guidance. So this notion of having students in stable groups that stay together without mixing for other activities. And so this is why our students at elementary, for example, will come back for instruction in the afternoon, have their core instruction in the morning, come back and meet with their teacher a couple afternoons a week in smaller groups, but will continue to receive preps and other intervention services remotely because we are trying to maintain the integrity of these stable groups. In order to meet physical distancing guidelines, all students will receive remote instruction in the morning. And then, as you know, students can elect to continue to receive remote instruction or can elect to come on campus 2 afternoons a week. And per Senate Bill 98, students can, for reasons, remain in remote, and in our district, we are allowing students to opt into 100% remote learning. This current model supports families who wish to continue learning remotely. We've heard many times about the desire to continue with a remote option, and even about the benefits of continuing that remote option for students who wish to return to school. This current model allows students to remain with their assigned teachers for core instruction. We are, I think 10 weeks, as somebody said, away from the end of school. And so our students, have experienced a year with an unusual year with a classroom teacher and with their peer group. And so this current model as designed would allow students to remain with those teachers. The current model also assigns teachers to 1 cohort of students per day. It ensures 6 feet of distancing, and it maintains the cohort stability by delivering preps and intervention, as I said, remotely. So now, as you heard from Dr. Wells, We are beginning to pivot again to expanding our in-person instructional minutes for students participating in hybrid. So we continue sort of this phased approach to reopening. Phase one, we could think of as the current hybrid schedules as have been approved by the board and will be implemented in the coming weeks here in some cases. We can think of phase two then as some of the ideas, some of the concepts that I'll be sharing with you on the slides upcoming. And I do just want to say that we were, after Friday's meeting, we were continuing to work on this presentation and incorporating some of the requests of the board into these slides. And so they're not posted, but will be posted after the meeting. So I just wanted to make that note. And then we think of phase three then as a full return to in-person instruction. So considerations in terms of planning for this phase two expansion of in-person instructional minutes would be, in no particular order, thinking about maintaining minimum instructional minutes as required by SB 98, thinking about classroom capacity with physical distancing. And we talked a little bit about sort of what could be accomplished at 6 feet of distance and what could be accomplished at 4 feet of distance. Thinking about common area capacity for staggered lunch and for recess, thinking about cohort stability in grades 7 through 12. And so, in elementary, students are with a core teacher and might have interaction with a prep teacher throughout the day. But for the most part, students in grades TK through 5 are with the same teacher for the entire school day. And then you get into middle schools, so it should say grade 6, you get into middle school, and then students are mixing groups and are meeting with different groups of students and are going to different teachers throughout the day. So that's maybe less so at the 6th grade model, but certainly at 7th through 12th, there's a lot of mixing there. So I think that is sort of, as we're thinking about planning for expanding minutes, that is a consideration. And then obviously, the need to continue a remote learning option that is robust, and then thinking about staffing always. So what I'm going to share with you now are 3 elementary concepts for expanded in-person instructional minutes. 2 of the examples would have 5 days of instruction. 1 example has 4 for the elementary. And then the high school concepts I'll talk about in just a second. So first I'll share the elementary concepts. And I will say that some of these are maybe sort of not completely new to us, right? They're sort of concepts maybe that we've seen at other times. Maybe when we were having our earlier discussions, we think back to the late spring of last year in the summer, thinking about what hybrid might look like. So some of these concepts are not unfamiliar. So concept number 1 would include, I'm calling a modified full day schedule. Students would attend school 5 days per week. You can see that there would be instruction from 8:30 to 12 in person, and also remote instruction for those who choose to remain remote. There are sort of lots of emerging examples of how districts are doing this, sort of accommodating and accomplishing instructing students in person and also instructing students remotely. So an example, for example, that we've talked about before is this idea of simulcasting, which is that the teacher is at the front of the room or somewhere in the room with a camera trained on them. They're teaching the students, and then the students who are in a remote location are hooked into that feed and are sort of observing the instruction as it is occurring, and to the extent that the teacher is able to sort of pivot attention, to the students also sort of in Zoom remotely, is also sort of working with those students. So that's sort of one way that that could be accomplished. Another model that we've heard of would include students being in the classroom and receiving some direct instruction or receiving some instruction, and then working sort of independently while the teacher is in the classroom. And then the teacher is sort of, I would say this is like parallel as opposed to simulcast teaching. The teacher then is able to provide instruction to students who are learning remotely also, and then sort of launching those students into some phase of independent work. So another model of which I have heard would include the teacher teaching using Zoom to teach the class while students are in the room and students are outside of, sort of learning remotely. So I think there are some different ways to think about how that might be accomplished. And I think different districts are sort of problem solving that and thinking about how to do that in different ways. But in this model, right, we would give some consideration for how to teach students that were in the classroom in person, and then also be thinking about ways to provide that remote instruction, keeping that assigned group of students together. Students would leave campus at around the 12 o'clock hour, and then from 1 to 4, the teachers could be prepping, collaborating. Students could be completing asynchronous homework, working on, what we pre-COVID used to call homework, right? So students could be completing work in the afternoon. So here, this is a model. This is model number 1, concept number 1. So a second concept, and the next two are going to sort of be quite a bit similar. These sort of take us back to this idea of an AM/PM schedule. This concept A would involve students being in stable groups that attend school 4 days per week, and Wednesday would be the remote day. I'll just go back up here, sorry, just really quickly and say, in terms of calculating the number of instructional minutes, this first model would provide, I believe the number is 17.5 instructional minutes, 17.5 hours of instructional time per week, pardon me, thank you. That did 17.5 minutes didn't half sound like enough. So 17.5 hours of instruction per week in concept 1. So then in concept 2, we're thinking about, an AM/PM schedule. And so students would attend either in the AM cohort or in the PM cohort. The Wednesday would allow for asynchronous and or remote instruction. Again, students would be working remotely. And then this model, like the other model, then would have time built in for teachers to prep and collaborate and receive their prep time. This model, I want to say, would give 12.5 hours of instruction per week. And then this third model, which is a variation on the AM/PM, would take the AM/PM and would have it be a 5-day-a-week model. And so students in this model would attend from 8:30 to 11, whereas this model was 8:30 to 11:30, so it would be shaving 30 minutes off. And the reason for that is to allow for the time that you see here, sorry, I'm just sort of moving this around a bit, the time that you see here on the Wednesday for prep and collaboration. At elementary, Wednesdays are, shortened days. Pre-COVID were shortened days. Students got out at about 1:45, 1:55. That was staff meeting and grade level time. So this is sort of giving some consideration to sort of maintaining some of those structures, and also in this model, maintaining the ability to give teachers their prep time. So in this model, students would attend 5 days per week from 8:30 to 11. Then there would be a lunch period and the AM students would leave, and then the PM students would come in the afternoon. And so all three of these sort of ideas, I spoke about sort of how instruction would be delivered in person and remotely. All three of these models would sort of incorporate some variation of that, even though we only spoke about it in the first model. So I can, if you wish, go on to secondary concepts, or if you had clarifying questions about elementary, I could stop here for a moment.
I have a clarifying question. So you're saying all three of these models, you're proposing students would stay in the same class, but they would receive instruction either remotely or in person, depending on what they chose. But model one, concept 1 could also be accomplished by doing what some districts have done, which is to rearrange the classes and simply have an in-person class and then a remote class. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
So just in terms of, I think just in terms of sort of providing models that have sort of most things in common to sort of be able to think about, these models sort of are built on the concept that you would maintain your same teacher. But of course, there is, you could sort of rearrange it thus that the remote students became their own self-contained cohort at any one grade level.
Great, thank you for clarifying. Trustee Boyd.
Thank you, President Hinckley and Assistant Superintendent Williams. One question, please, on the concept 2. I just wasn't sure about, or maybe if you could compare the instructional minutes for each of the concepts, because in concept 2, I wasn't sure if there was just, I guess maybe I'm answering my own question. So in both concepts 2 and 2A, are you only getting instruction, if you're in the AM cohort, for instance, you're just getting instruction in the AM, and then in the PM, if you had not been in the AM cohort, you would be like asynchronous homework type?
Yes, that's correct. And so in terms of calculating the number of hours of instruction, in concept 2, there would be 12 hours. So it's 8:30 to 11:30, which is 3 hours times 4 days a week. And then in this concept, you would be adding a half an hour in this concept. And so yes, you would, just to restate what you said, yeah, because I think that's important, you would receive the instruction in the morning and then, or the afternoon, and then the opposite time would be, what we would consider homework, right? That would be your asynchronous time.
Thank you.
Trustee Duran. Where did she go?
I'm sorry, I was talking to myself.
That's okay.
At this time,
go ahead.
Just one quick question, Assistant Superintendent Williams. You mentioned simulcast was it just for the concept 1, or does it also apply to 2 and 2A? And could you, if you have a little bit more detail about what that might look like?
Yeah, so it would apply in all 3 concepts. And so there are different models of what that might look like. So one would involve, for example, providing instruction. So some districts are doing this, providing in the classroom with some students in the classroom, with some students learning remotely. The teacher is providing instruction through Zoom while in the classroom. I'll withhold my sort of personal opinion about sort of the efficacy of that approach, or maybe I haven't withheld my opinion about that. But that's one approach, right, that some districts are taking. Another is to, install a camera, right? So the camera would be in a fixed location, trained on the teacher. So the teacher is providing instruction to the class, and then the students that are at home learning remotely are beaming into the classroom and are to the extent that it's sort of possible for the teacher to be, I think about sort of how I would do that now. I'm talking to you on Zoom, and then there are some people in my, room that I'm also teaching, right? So it sort of requires sort of a lot of pivoting and a lot of sort of moving around. Another model of which we have learned includes sort of not so much simultaneous teaching, but I guess so, but maybe sort of more parallel teaching. So I'm working with my group that's in the classroom, I'm providing instruction. I say, okay, now class, you're going to do this thing. And then when I set you off to do this thing, then I can now turn to the students who are learning remotely, right? I am able to provide some direct instruction to those students, and then those students can then sort of set about working, doing their independent work to the extent that that is possible, right? So you're not sort of trying to have your eyes in both places, but you are sort of delivering instruction. Students sort of do practice and work independently. You deliver some more instruction. Students work independently and do practice. So those are 3 models, certainly, of which we are aware. I would imagine that there probably are, others that could be considered. But the idea as presented here is that a teacher, and this is for elementary, right? A teacher would keep all of their students, could keep all of their students and facilitate in-person and remote instruction for those students. And I'll just say maybe one more thing, that when we were thinking about this concept one, we were thinking about that maybe the possibility of, sort of the remote instruction might happen in the morning, and maybe students who were receiving remote instruction might get that instruction in the afternoon in this concept, right? That does sort of bring up questions just around sort of having adequate staff to be able to implement that. But that was sort of an idea that was also considered. And then I think just to sort of reinforce what Board President Hinckley said, there is also a scenario where you gather up the students who want to remain in remote instruction, and you create a stable, you create a group of those students. And so as we were looking at the intent to returns, what we noticed was that there was about maybe 20 to 20 odd students per grade level at elementary that were electing to remain remote per school. And there were just 2 grade levels, and I don't remember exactly what they were. There were 2 grade level sort of anomalies where there were like 44 students wanted to remain remote. So in those groups where there were 22 or 23 or 18, if you had the staffing, you could sort of scoop those students and create a cohort. With 44, you'd have to create 2.
Just a real quick clarification question. Is it correct, my understanding, that this item, simulcast, is one of those items that would have to be negotiated?
I would defer to the superintendent for a response maybe to that.
I would say yes, because of the impact of the schedule. One, you have the schedule and it's doing something outside of, and it creates an impact to the daily and regular way of doing life. So the short answer is yes.
Okay, so will I move on to secondary? Or are there other questions?
I'm not seeing any other board questions right now.
All right, I'll press on to secondary. So I'll say a few things about secondary before I talk about secondary, because secondary, Dr. Wells often says secondary is a completely different monster, right? And so what makes secondary quite different is the numbers of students that are on a campus, and also just the numbers of periods that students are taking, and the ways in which, I might be in a certain section of some course, let's say English, and then a certain other section of some other course, and in the course of my day throughout my 6 periods, not encounter a whole lot of the other kids that are in any of these periods, right? So there's just sort of a lot of mixing of students, which, the guidance does speak about sort of trying to maintain, stable groups and minimizing mixing. And so in secondary, this becomes sort of quite the challenge. So there are sort of 3 concepts I want to share with you for secondary. And I just want to say that unlike the elementary schedules, the secondary schedules are going to come to you sort of fairly bare bones in terms of minutes, because I think, I think minutes can be adjusted, right? You can sort of make decisions about how minutes would be adjusted. And I sort of wanted you to think about sort of the concept, and then we could sort of get the minutes to align with the concept. I think elementary, right, it's sort of a little bit less complicated, right? And I guess I didn't want us in this conversation, which I said I was going to sort of hover around, I think, 10,000 feet, get hung up on the minutes quite yet, but just sort of want to present just some general concepts for your consideration. And certainly as we move forward in this process, right, we could collaboratively do the work of sort of adding those details. So these schedules sort of come from places that have proposed secondary hybrid schedules at grades 6 through 12. One of my hobbies, about which I'm maybe not that proud, is reviewing board packets and agendas in other districts. And not just for the purposes of seeing what's happening with school reopening, but you get sort of just a lot of information about sort of what other folks in their different contexts, right, with different sets of situations are sort of exploring. And so there is the 3 concepts for secondary all involve what you see here is this 2-day rotation model, right? there isn't a model for secondary that really sort of easily allows us to accomplish 5 days of in-person instruction, unlike elementary. So these 3 models you're going to see include sort of a 2-day on and then a 3-day remote sort of rotation, just because of the numbers of students that have to be sort of managed and moved throughout the school. So this first concept would include students attending their 7 periods over a 2-day course of time, and then they would participate in remote learning for the other 3 days of the week. And so certainly some of the conversations that you've been having about sort of simultaneous teaching or simulcast teaching might be layered onto such a model, right? But in this particular model, students would be with their classroom teacher in person 1 day per week for whatever number of minutes that was, and receive instruction. Just in sort of talking with my colleagues about sort of how they're accomplishing even 3 or 4 periods of movement, there are some different models that districts are sort of considering and implementing, and lots of districts thinking about just sort of those added layers of mitigation, right, to sort of mitigate then the need to sort of have students be moving around, particularly at the high school where there are a great number of courses that are offered as singletons, right? So there's only sort of one of that course offered. Just the need to sort of be able to get students to be able to maintain the schedule that they currently have is important. I would say that, some of the conversation as we're thinking about other sort of different ways to schedule. So block scheduling, for example, has come up as a topic of conversation, or students being, sort of taking a course in sort of shorter, more concentrated chunks of time. These are conversations that would be, as we're, for the fall. These would not necessarily be conversations for right now because students are in a schedule, have received some certain amount of instruction, are going into their final quarter. And so some of that just sort of would be impossible to arrange because, we've had almost sort of the whole year go by with students in this particular arrangement. So in this model, there's 2 days of in-person instruction, there's 3 days of not in-person instruction, and then right now it's reflected as a Friday. There are models where the Friday is a Monday, and the Monday you sort of see all of your periods remotely as an example, and then, flex into your 2 days on campus. There are models, right, where you go on Monday and Wednesday, or you're, a model where you go Tuesday and Thursday. So there are sort of some different ways to finesse, right, sort of these models, but sort of in its most basic sense, that's what this is. I'll move on. This second concept is sort of thinking like AM, PM, right? It's sort of shortened periods, and then students in the afternoon completing asynchronous work. I've also seen a model where students in the morning maybe go for a couple of periods. Oh, I might actually have that one. So, oh yeah, that's the next one. So I won't talk about that yet. So this model sort of has the in-person instruction sort of be condensed in the morning and then allow for asynchronous work and teacher collaboration in the afternoon. Again, sort of that Friday could flex to a Monday. It says TBD because it could be office hours. It could be, that you're visiting all of the periods remotely. But sort of the idea here is that it's at least 2 cohort groups of students. And in such a model, students are in person with their teacher just 1 day per week. Then this third model, which I saw, included a combination of in-person and remote instruction. And I think, this model sort of compared to the others has less time on campus, sort of less movement, right? Because you'll see sort of above lunch and students leave campus that there are 2 periods, right? So that's sort of minimal mixing related to maybe some of the other models. And then in the afternoon, students are receiving remote instruction, right? And so that's sort of helping with the group stability and then sort of just the mitigation. So those are the sort of the very general concepts for secondary. And as I said, I've looked at quite a fair number And they all do something which is a variation on this theme. Most of them, if not all of them. So I'll stop there and entertain any clarifying questions. And then I just have a couple other slides, and then I'll be happy to turn it over to you for discussion.
Could you just quickly scroll back to over the 3 slides?
Oh, over all 3 of them? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So I'll just say the idea of this one, you don't see any time on here, right? Not minutes, not sort of when does it start, when does it end? But sort of the idea of this one is, right, this would be sort of a whole day, right? So if your regular day is, let's say, 8:30 to 3:45, right, you would basically be in school all day, 2 days per week in this particular model. In this model, the periods would be shortened. You would go in the morning, and then in the afternoon would be asynchronous work time. That's sort of the difference between those two. So I added the AM, PM. And then this one is a combination of in-person and remote instruction. So that's sort of the differences.
Leo, did you have another question or? Okay.
No,
okay, Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. Just one question. So I think the question might apply across the 3 different plans. If you were in cohort A, for instance, then what are you doing on Wednesday and Thursday? Are you remote, like synchronous learning at all, or are you asynchronous on the days where cohort B is in?
Well, I think it could be either. I think this sort of proposes that you would be asynchronous. I think, just in our sort of in these ongoing planning conversations, we recognize that it's sort of more difficult for younger kids to sort of be self-regulating, without a teacher for 2 or 3 days, that it might be less difficult for older students to sort of self-regulate and be able to sort of, continue with their assignments in those off days. But I do think, right, if a part of this conversation is about how to accomplish simultaneous or simulcast teaching, then certainly that could be layered on to these models.
Thank you.
Vice President Doss.
Yeah, my question was around the teachers in the plan number, or in concept 1. Will the students move from class to class, or will the teachers just move from class to class?
Yeah, I think you're not supposed to say impossible, right? It's impossible till it's possible, but I think it's nigh on impossible that you could create cohorts of students and have the teacher rotate. These models are sort of based on that students are moving, just because there are so many different combinations of classes that students can take at the high school in particular. I think it would be nigh on impossible to, let's say, for example, have the same group of 30 kids that are in a classroom have the exact same schedule that lines them up with the same 6 or 7 teachers. One of the models, just to sort of build on that, sort of thinks about the stable group sort of maybe differently. So maybe a stable group isn't 30, maybe it's 100, or maybe it's 150, right? And sort of, that sort of expands maybe the opportunity for students to sort of have the teachers rotate. But I think with our schedule as it is built, with so many students at the high school enrolled in so many courses that are offered only once, I really do think it would be very difficult to have teachers rotate. I would anticipate that students are moving.
Okay. I have other questions, but I'll ask them later to give time for other people. Thank you.
I did, just for clarification, because I know Vice President Doss has a 6th grader. The 6th grade group is a bit different because that class does stay together for their core classes, except for PE and music or whatever if they do it. But once you get past 6th grade, it's all, you could be with different kids for every single class. So that I think maybe what you were referring to is in 6th grade, it is one group of kids with sharing 2 teachers.
Yes.
Yeah. Trustee Duran.
Okay, I have like at least 4 questions. Should I just do 2 right now and you'll come back to me? Is that what would be best, President Hinckley?
Let's start with 2 and then we'll come back.
Okay. Assistant Superintendent Williams, could you please talk about special day classes, both for elementary and secondary? And so that's my first question. And my second is if kids are moving, you mentioned, but that's basically if we're having A and B cohort. I'm thinking of the high school, that would be like 600 kids at the high school at any one time, and probably 450 close to at the middle school, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, I
There
answered.
are, that second one wasn't a question, but I'll add on to it that in some scenarios, right, where 1,200 is, that's a lot of kids, 600 is a lot of kids even, right, that those cohorts are then broken down even further, but what that then results in is students being on campus 1 day a week, right? So if you took that cohort of 1,200 and spread them over 4 days, for example, you'd have 300 kids on campus, right? 1 day a week. So while from the standpoint of less cohort mixing, that might be sort of advisable, right? You're only then able to offer students 1 day a week in person on campus. So that is sort of the other side to that. And then you asked about SDC. And so I would say that those classes are more self-contained sort of for the most part. And so there's minimal moving there. And so those students are typically in a self-contained classroom.
If I could contextualize sort of the numbers currently at the high school, I think around a third of students have opted in. So I think when we're making this decision, it's important to think of like 600 on any given day as the absolute maximum. And in reality, the number might be lower at like 400 or something around that.
I think just to say that I think right, as these plans are moving forward, right, it will be really important to recommit the intent to return, because I think it might be that a different plan produces sort of a different desire or appetite to return to campus or not, right, and the opposite also.
Since I answered my own question, my second one then is your opinion. You were a high school principal. Could you please give your pluses and minuses, if you'd like, for each of these concept 1, 2, and 3 at the secondary level, if you'd like to?
Well, I mean, I think I would say that I'll just say this, I think that, if our priority is to have students be on campus for the maximum amount of time as possible, we should sort of move in that direction. But I also think that, when we're thinking about high school students and there being potentially more bodies, we also sort of want to weigh that with, implementing as many safety measures as possible for students moving around on the campus. I would say that given that, there's going to be an opportunity, Trustee Duran, for many people to sort of weigh in more on this conversation, I wouldn't want to taint any of these concepts with my own opinion at this point. But I'd also say that I don't have a strong opinion about any of them that I'm withholding at this point. So, and that was your third question, not your second, by the way.
You got it.
Okay.
Any other, so I know you have slides after this, so maybe Trustee Duran, if you do have more questions on the secondary schedules, we should do those now. I don't see any other board hands.
Okay. Actually, the other one had to do with, if we would go to a schedule where the secondary students are in each cohort, the 2 days, the third day or the Friday or a Monday, whatever day it would be, is that possibility an opportunity for having intervention so that any student that needs the tutoring, extra, whatever, could be part of that. And it doesn't, and another part question, does it take away hubs at all?
Oh, that was 2 questions. Okay, yes, I think that Friday or Monday or that 5th day, right, could be flexed, could be used, right, for intervention. It could be used for office hours as it's being used now, could be used to provide more instruction. So I do think there's some flexibility with that day. And I would say relative to the hubs, you know, that's an interesting question, depending on sort of how students are configured to be on the campus, right? Currently, hubs are operating at the secondary level for students receiving special education services. So if we were to be opening up classrooms and students were then able to receive the instruction directly in their classrooms, on those days, students might not, it might not make sense for students to avail themselves of hubs. However, maybe on the other day, sort of pending space, which I know is also a consideration, great consideration at all of our sites, on those other days, there might be an opportunity for a conversation about continuing those hubs. But again, right now at the secondary, those hubs are supporting students, right, receiving special education services, which I think we would, want to prioritize having them in classrooms for their core instruction. Okay. I think I just have 1 slide left. So this slide was sort of originally, I think, titled, reopening for fall 21-22. And I think that, now just as things continue to change sort of pretty rapidly, we're sort of, notwithstanding the date, just thinking about sort of what it might take to return to full in-person instruction. And so I would, just offer sort of this list of reopening considerations here, right? Obviously, we are sort of trending in the right direction in terms of COVID case rates, but we're still, in a global pandemic that still is existing. And so, that would certainly be a reopening planning consideration. Thinking about the county and state health guidelines, right? We're seeing that guidelines are beginning to change and shift. CDC just issued some new guidelines around small indoor gatherings for folks who have been vaccinated, not wearing masks. So, and it, as I said at the beginning of this presentation, no matter how up to date I think it is on the Thursday when it posts, by Tuesday, something else has happened that's made it out of date. So, we're going to continue to be watching the county and state guidelines. Other considerations are just thinking about, the ongoing COVID mitigation, vaccine availability, especially, as we're thinking about potentially, the ability to vaccinate like our older high school students, thinking about facilities usage, thinking about outdoor as well as indoor space, ongoing collaboration with our labor partners, and then this remote learning option. So the guidance regarding this remote option speaks about providing this option through the rest of this year, and there isn't currently guidance around that. And I know that there are many districts that are sort of seizing on this opportunity to, launch virtual academies that, provide an ongoing availability of remote learning. And I would just say that, such an enterprise takes, staff and staffing. So I'm just offering that as a consideration as we move forward. And then I'd just like to end with some words from our superintendent, Dr. Wells, who's ever an optimist. Albany Unified School District expects to open the 21-22 school year with full in-person instruction. It's impossible to predict future conditions, but at this time, the district expects to return to classroom instruction for all grades. So I think, the news about moving into the red tier today is certainly occasion for a hip hip hooray, and we hope that we, continue to practice, physical distancing, frequent hand washing, wearing our masks out in public, getting vaccinated, and continue to practice all those safe habits that will, get us to the place where we can go back to pre-COVID conditions to the extent that that's desirable. So that's the conclusion of this presentation. And so the rest of this time is for board discussion, and or if you had any other clarifying questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Board, are there other questions? Yeah, Trustee Duran.
Assistant Superintendent Williams, looking forward to next steps. So this is for next year. Going back to phase 3, which was full return to person is that possible, the full return this school year? I don't know if it's fair to ask you that question. I mean, obviously it needs to be a conversation, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think the considerations are sort of there, right? And so I think, without sort of speaking out of turn or being too optimistic or not optimistic enough, I would say, this is sort of a set of considerations that we have to think about as we think about pivoting to full in person. But also I would, invite Dr. Wells if you wanted to add any commentary to that, certainly.
As Assistant Superintendent Williams mentioned, there's a number of considerations we have to hone in on. One of which is when we start school, and we're really ecstatic about starting school next Monday for our youngest kids, TK, the first grade, we have about 10 weeks of school left. And the issue becomes how much pivoting will we do once we go into, for example, phase 2, and then closing out the year. And so it really depends on the direction the board wants to go, what's reasonable. I'll be willing to make a recommendation based on all the input we get at our next session. One that would be in the best interest of our kids and our community and our staff, that's real doable. So that's a really, really good question. And it depends. It depends on a number of different factors.
My last question would be, or comment is, moving forward, and maybe not at our next meeting, but after that, your staff would be able to provide us with really detailed information about next year, right? All the considerations that we would have to look at for next school year.
Yeah, most of which are in here tonight, but we will revisit it and try to make it a bit more refined with more details. And as we anticipate, we don't see anything that would preclude us from full speed ahead with full reopening in the fall. But Trustee Duran, we hear you, and we will refine and try to come with as many details as possible. Yes.
Other board questions? So I'm gathering, oh, yes, you're there, your hands. Trustee Davidson.
Sorry, it hides in the corner. So I just want to follow up with one question. I'm sorry, I wrote it down here. So would we be considering incorporating our SDC students, some of whom are currently already in hubs, and some of whom have not returned yet, into our general education stable groups? How would we be considering that based on what you just said about the space? And then if they were in our stable groups, but also in an SDC group, how do we balance that?
So our students that are enrolled in, well, and also I will not get ahead of myself here. I see Dr. Ortiz-Front and Executive Director Ritchie here. So I'll maybe start an answer, and then if the others would like to add, or if I misstate something, right? When we're thinking about these models of bringing students back, right, we're also including thinking about our students who are in SDC classes. And so those students would come back, as all of our students would come back, because they are part of our student population. So we would not, there wouldn't be a scenario where we were excluding any groups or numbers of students from returning to school. Did I understand your question correctly?
I think it's more, so if we have to keep our numbers stable within a group, and if it's a stable group, then they're not part of any other group. Mm-hmm. So I am wondering how we can still have our students who need to be part of maybe an SDC classroom and still have their least restrictive environment met by getting their gen ed time. What we're thinking of, and I don't, if you can't answer that in here, then maybe we can have a follow-up on that in a report would be great.
Yeah, and maybe I would just say that, we're sort of thinking about that sort of in the general ed context also in terms of sort of teachers who provide prep, right? So thinking about how to maintain cohorts and also provide students access, right? Or the extent to which we can provide students access to their preps ongoing. So certainly I think as we were problem solving that, right, we would be surfacing this question that you raise also.
Vice President Doss.
I had a couple of questions. One is, will the board have the option to skip to phase 3? Like, will that be an option? Or could we do that? Could we actually, potentially, skip to phase 3 is one question. I mean, not saying that, I would or wouldn't, but I just want to know if it could potentially be an option. And then my second question is around surveying parents now that, there's this additional information. Like how would we go about, doing that? How much time, would parents potentially have to make the decision and things like that? And then I will save my next question for later.
Let me, Vice President, Trustee Dawes, let me try to answer, I think, your first question. And I think it was, will the board, or does the board have the option to open fully? And the short answer is yes. But I think our job as staff is to share with you the parameters of what fully looks like and the challenges that we may have. A lot of people say things like, another district did it, why can't Albany do it? And it's not that Albany can't do it. Albany has a lot more complications because of all of its unique amenities, if you will. For example, at elementary schools, we have music, PE, science, full-time librarian, fully qualified to be librarians, and all those additional services that many public schools don't have. And how do we fuse that in a full day in a hybrid with the restrictions that we currently have? And we're learning a whole lot on the fly. For example, it was noted, but I want to illuminate just a bit. With 6 feet distancing, you have lots of limitations. And 6 foot distancing are old guidelines currently in our MOU now. However, with the new guidelines, some of which just came out yesterday morning, I believe, refer to 4 feet. And I just heard before the board meeting, 3 to 4 feet. And that's typically how many classes are arranged naturally, which means you can get a lot more students in classrooms. And although we take pride in trying to have smaller classes, that makes it more realistic to opening up, especially it's much easier to do so immediately or sooner than later at the elementary school. At the middle school, the how gets a bit more complicated, but yet still doable. So the short answer to your question about the possibilities is yes.
So to your second question, which is about sort of a timeline for resurveying or getting intent to returns from parents, I would say that, that could be turned around pretty quickly after the board made a decision. I know that when the secondary schools sent out their intent to return, their timeline was quite swift. So I think that we could have that intent to return come back in pretty short order. after sort of this conversation being held, in another venue, as Dr. Wells said, at a special board study session with, more opportunity for discussion about sort of details, and then, having the superintendent make a recommendation and the board take action. I think at that point, we could then, with the information that we gleaned from that meeting, be able to get commitment from parents. And I would just also say too, I think, as much information as we have at the time, we would share. And I think there are always sort of, details that, always details, little details, right, that we're sort of always fine tuning, but I think we might have enough information at that time to get commitments again pretty quickly.
And back to Trustee Vice President Doss' original question about opening full-time. Another wonderful tall order is making sure we have a quality remote option for all of our families with an AUSD teacher. Out of all of the models that we looked at, none of the models that we're aware of have a remote model with a teacher in that district, most of which are programs that they provide. And that's what makes Albany very special, unique. They love their teachers, they admire their teachers, and they know the teachers are the folks who really make a significant difference. And so by us having a unique tailor-made program for our kids, where all kids get an AUSD teacher remotely, makes it an additional factor for us to consider when we roll out phases.
Vice President Doss, did you have another question or?
Yeah, but you can come back. I'll save it.
Okay. I do just want to do two clarifications. So one is, I think it's helpful for people to define what they mean by a full reopening. When we talk about for the fall example, for example, or normal life, full reopening to us means normal schedule, 100% of the kids are there. I think sometimes, there are other meanings of full reopening, right? One is that we have a regular schedule for those kids who choose to come back. So for those kids who are in person, it's full in the sense that it's a full class schedule, but not all the kids are there. And same to your point, Dr. Wells, that perhaps we have a full class schedule, but we don't have a library in person and we don't have some of the extra activities. I think much of what I hear Vice President Doss, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I think part of what you're asking is, can we do a full schedule this year? You're not necessarily saying, can we go back to normal in the sense that every kid's on campus and everything looks normal. So I just think maybe going forward, even when we talk about phase 3, it's just helpful to be very clear about what full reopening means. And then secondly, I do just want to push back, Dr. Wells, a little bit on the idea that other districts aren't offering a teacher-driven remote option. There are certainly many that I've seen that are doing packaged options. There are some that are, frankly, pretty pathetic. But there are several models that are offering both options, right? And maybe the most recent one, obviously, is Berkeley, which is proposing or has agreed to do, by rearranging their classes, having one group of students in person with a teacher, and then the remote students are remote with a teacher. So I agree that there are districts who are not offering that, but I don't think Albany is unique in trying to do both. I say that just because I want people to understand that we have looked at so many models and that we are aware that we're not reinventing the wheel here. So anyway, just a point of clarification. And I don't know what order folks raise their hands in.
Before you go to the next person, I think it's important to, based on the clarification that was made, that is correct. When I talk about the next phase, still including a robust remote option for those students who need to stay home. And I'm using the word need on purpose because I think that they might not necessarily be choosing to stay home, but they might need to stay home. So, but for those students, having the robust option is included in my statement when I say, moving on to the phase 3. So thank you, President Hinckley, for the clarification. I'm glad we cleared that up.
No problem. Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. Just two quick things. One, in the spirit of kind of keeping all of the options front of mind as far as still having Albany teach or AUSD teacher and remote and in-person being both offered. I just wanted to make sure that we're keeping in mind the simulcast option, which is something that I know certain schools have used to be able to have same teacher, both programs happening at the same time. And then the question that I had is, or just something to think about, is the feasibility of having some sort of a survey done, but not if it's going to slow things down, so that it would be possible to have some sense of how the community feels about the various options before the board makes a decision and instructs one of the new options or two of the new options, if one is for elementary and one is for secondary. Again, not if it's going to slow things down, but just out of a desire to know as much as possible about what as many members of the district as possible would like to move forward with.
Davidson. No one can hear me.
So now we can hear you now. Now we can hear you.
Great.
These are all really great points. I'd like to follow a little bit with what Trustee Boyd just brought up. I would really like to hear from our community on this, and I have a couple other pieces of information that I would like to know. One, I would like to hear from our teachers as well for which of these plans, just maybe some of their insight on executing some of these, and that will impact our students as well. I would like to, I'm going to do my own personal research to see how the simulcasting works out. I think our biggest holdup issue this whole time has been that we've stayed with wanting to keep the continuity of the same teacher for our students, and we are definitely nearing the end of a year. But I would like to see if we can gauge our community's response, if that is still kind of our biggest holdup factor, or if people would be willing to give on that a little bit to get either a more consistent remote experience. So the experience overall would stay more similar to what they're getting now, just perhaps with a different teacher. And then our in-person would be increased for those people wanting that. And it seems like we could win a bit more on both of those fronts, but we would really need to hear from the community. And I think that I would specify that that's pretty much an elementary only solution, and that we would have to, pursue it differently at the upper levels. And then my other suggestion is, you mentioned, we're looking at maximizing our outdoor spaces. And so I would love to hear a little bit more about efforts on that, because I think for me, as a parent sending a child back, I would be looking at, okay, I'm sending them for more hours, which could be seen as an increased risk, but the more of that I saw was outdoor time, the more likely I would be to send my student back to school. And the more comfortable I would be with, let's say, if we had a student who had a resource need and then was integrated in for some of the time, and it was outdoors, that would seem safer to me. So I would just love to hear more about that.
Yeah, I can speak a little bit about some of the readiness that projects we've been doing to sort of get ready for using outdoor space. And then I know that Dr. Wells has been in conversation with our city officials, so maybe I would ask him to chime in on part two. But I would say that, so for example, at AMS, we our IT department, who are outstanding and hardworking and amazing and don't get enough thanks and gratitude. So I'm just going to use this opportunity to say how great they are as a team. Installed Wi-Fi at the middle school under by the overhang, so that becomes an area that students could, if they were participating in outdoor instruction, could access Wi-Fi. And then also we've recently been in conversation with the principal about extending Wi-Fi even to the blacktop area. And so that, essentially anywhere that you go on the campus, right? Many places that you go on the campus would be covered with Wi-Fi. And that would, right, in some senses sort of be really important for being able to offer outdoor instruction, especially as, we have sort of been on this journey of using technology to support our learning. And I think while we all are looking forward to, I certainly am, not having to wear my reading glasses and staring at a screen all day hunched over, I do think that there are some great pieces to be retained as we move forward in using technology for learning. And so I don't want us to lose that. And so we're really sort of thinking about making our campuses ready for that kind of sustained ed tech infused instruction. And so that's just an example of, one of the ways in which we are supporting the real use of outdoor space for instruction. And then I would defer to Dr. Wells, because I know he said he was meeting with our city officials about outdoor space. So I would defer to him for that.
Yes, we're meeting Thursday with our mayor and vice mayor, who are very helpful in collaborating with us and we with them at securing additional outdoor space for outdoor activities for our schools when we open up. And we're excited about their readiness and willingness to assist us in doing that with some of the property that they're within their jurisdiction. So it looks as if we will have lots of opportunities for outdoor space when we open up next week.
Trustee Duran.
Just to follow up to what the other trustees have already said, if we would, for example, go back full time for, say, elementary this school year, I think in looking at Berkeley, or also the fact that we want to maintain our uniqueness in terms of how we teach here, that we really should look at the consideration in particular of the remote, who would be the remote teachers, because that was, the promise, and that's kind of a strong word, but I believe the promise that we made to the parents who really said to us, hey, my kid's going to have to stay remote for a long time through the end of the school year. My understanding was we had said we would provide an AUSD teacher, but we did not say your classroom teacher in particular, right, at the elementary school. So that's a conversation that we might have to repeat to parents. But I'm wondering about your being able to get us the information about how many teachers are we really looking at this point that were, itemized in the MOU that had indicated that they were, but the teachers, there were teachers obviously who were going to be staying remote anyway, right? So the board doesn't even have any idea which teachers we're talking about, if that's at secondary, if that's at elementary. So that's really important, I believe, for us to know. So that information can be provided to us, correct?
You're asking about the number of teachers that requested. We have layers, and so we can get an update. It's not final yet because we don't know when the teacher's going to stop making the request, but we can provide you with the update, I think by this Friday. And just because they have a request don't mean they get the request granted. So we wanted to be clear about that piece as well.
And then, so when you provide us with that information, would you be able to say which category the teachers were in? Because there was at least 3 categories of teachers, correct?
Yeah, we will be able to do that. You know, the priority as it relates to medical, spelled out by the doctor, verified, and so forth. And then the other is a preference piece. So yes, we can do that, Trustee Duran.
Okay, and my other, I have 2 other questions. One was in terms of the survey, and Trustee Boyd spoke already to that, but for sure we would, the board has to discuss if we should do that first. And I'm sort of thinking that's a better idea before the board decides, just to get input from the parents, from all the parents, as opposed to trying to sort of force parents. If you want to have a say, you either have to write a letter or you have to come to a board meeting. That if we could get a survey out to the parents, and Assistant Superintendent Williams will have to have a long list of what are the different elements of it, right? Because parents go, oh, but I didn't know about that consideration. And so it's going to be some real thinking, I think, that goes into that survey. But it seems that having that survey would be really key before we make a final decision. And I would like to back up our student trustees that said, hey, what about us? We want to have a voice in this. And I think we would need at least a secondary student survey as well. And then my last point is one of the issues that had been raised really early on was about ventilation, and a concern by the teachers about ventilation. And I heard that Mr. Borrego had used some, I forgot the word now, the hygienist consultants or whatever, who came in and did some work at each of the schools. Do you have that information? Does Mr. Borrego have that information readily available at this time to share with us?
I think Mr. Borrego is here with us, and he's been leading work and making sure our school have healthy ventilation. What we discovered through the consultant, that Albany is above and beyond the other schools that are opening. They didn't go through such a process, but because we wanted to be thorough and make sure our teachers and staff and kids were in a safe place with healthy ventilation. Just because others didn't do it, we wanted to do it, to be very prudent and to take safety cautions and measure very, very seriously. So I give to you your very own, Mr. Ben Borrego.
We're not hearing you, I'm afraid.
How about now?
Yep.
Okay. Good evening, Trustee Duran and board members. One of the things about the testing that we've done, it's been an ongoing process because we've tested, we've made a few changes, we tested. And so it's a very complicated, ventilation is very complicated. And so right now, we tested again yesterday, and the gentleman's name is David Moore. He is putting together a report so that to make it more easily read by the board and whoever would like to see it. And so he had told me that tomorrow, he's shooting for tomorrow to be able to have that portion ready. So to answer your question, at the moment, I don't have anything. to present. But as soon as he provides it, we can make it available to you.
Thank you.
Trustee Davidson.
I so appreciate that we're getting that report because I had asked about more comprehensive information on that a while ago, and I was looking forward to it. I still am. I wanted to just ask two more super quick questions. Vice Superintendent Williams, sorry. You said that we only have the preliminary numbers of the intent to return for the middle and high school, and we would get more. Is it possible to just kind of ballpark where we might be on those? Because you said that they were much lower.
Yes, in about 2 seconds, I can try to retrieve those, yeah. But maybe if you had another question, I could try to multitask.
My dog is chewing up my notepad, so hold on 1 second. I'm sorry.
I can ask a question while we're waiting. So one of the concerns that we've heard a lot about high school, especially from the high school students, is they're very concerned about losing instructional time with their teachers. But it looks like, or I guess it depends how we handle some of those different secondary models you put up, but I'm wondering if you saw any other promising models that don't cut into instructional time, but offer some, perhaps in some creative way, offer some opportunity for some in-person instruction. Because I know kids are already super stressed out about the proposal to go from 80 to 60 minutes. Yeah.
I would say in the review of the many models I looked at, all of the secondary models, high school, I'll speak about high school specifically, offered a cohort, A/B cohort model. And I think then just to go back to Trustee Corzo-Clark's comment, sort of the ability to maybe provide more on-campus time then is sort of dependent on the numbers of students who indicate a desire to return. But I haven't in my review of models seen an option where students are able to be on campus sort of more than the equivalent of 2 days a week. So either, like an AM sort of PM cohort switch or a 2 days and a 2 days. And, there are maybe some different sort of creative things one can do with that fifth day. But I think, then that entails having every one of the students on campus. And I think that that's quite a bit. So I would just say I haven't yet seen a model where students are able to be accommodated more than sort of in a half and half cohort.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Davidson, do you want to raise your other question?
Question.
Or yeah, can have the numbers?
No, you know what? Yeah, that covered it really well too. It was following up with that sort of information.
Okay, so when I asked on the 3rd of March, which was sort of just a couple, just a little bit ago here, in person for AHS was at 40%, remote was about 30%, and no response at that time was 30%. So the response from Mr. McNally, the principal, was that they were going to be following up on that about third of students who provided no response, had provided no response at that time. And then at the middle school, it was 60% in person, 23% remote, and then a 17% no response rate. This was as of March the 3rd. Today's the 9th. It's been almost a week. And so folks were going to go back and make contact with those no responses. So I might be able to provide you with updated information in the Friday update as I did for elementary.
Can I have those just one more time quickly for the middle school to write them down?
60% in person, 23% remote, and 17% no response.
Okay, board. So we will come back for a much fuller discussion and some next steps. And I know we are, over time and a surprise. We will stick with this agenda item for the rest of this duration, but then I will, if I forget, someone remind me we need to extend the meeting. But we will need to provide some direction to prepare for the next meeting that will happen later this week. But I'm going to move to public comment unless there are other board questions. Seeing none, I am going to try to do this smoothly. Rachel Chapman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much for all of the plans that have been put forward and all of the work that has been done, and for listening to the voices of the parents whose kids really desperately need to be in person. And I just wanted to make a couple of comments particularly about middle school, and about thinking perhaps a little bit more separately. My daughter has been in middle school, has been telling me all along that she feels like nobody's considering middle school separately from high school, and our middle school is different. I was pleased to hear the pointing out that 6th grade is different, but also most middle school students take a fairly similar track of students. So I think that the complexity with high school might not be as existent in middle school, and that's a definite consideration that I think that the board should be thinking a little bit. So I just should separate middle school, and particularly because that's an age when kids so desperately, as they're just starting to figure out who they are apart from their parents, they really need to be around their peer group. And the last thing that I wanted to say was that I think what the high school students had said was also the same thing that my daughter is saying, is that not having time on campus with their teachers, and I understand the attempt to put them as much as possible with teachers they have. They need to have face-to-face time with their teachers if they're going to be in school. So, any model that doesn't allow them to have face-to-face time with every one of their teachers in the middle school, I think we should really, really question whether or not that's the best choice. So thank you all so much, and I look forward to hearing what other people have to say.
Thank you. Shannon.
Hi, good evening. I wanted to start tonight by thanking our superintendent and the amazing district staff and our board of trustees. I know you're working hard, and I'm grateful for your time. I'm very encouraged tonight, and I want to give my full-throated support to these plans. I especially want to support plans that maximize in-person instructional hours, such as the first elementary school plan that was presented, and have a 5-day school week. It's time to go back to school for 5 days. I also want to support utilizing simulcasting. Let's use this year to work out the kinks. The advantages of simulcasting could extend beyond this school year, as we may face quarantine recommendations beyond the 2021 school year. I want to encourage you to act with urgency and remind the board of some upcoming deadlines families are facing. I believe private school admissions go out in the next 2 weeks, and families will soon be committing financially and emotionally to leaving behind our district. We need to reassure distressed parents soon that we are committed to in-person education for all before the fall. If we don't, we may lose students to private schools and inter-district transfers. Finally, I appreciate tonight's focus on secondary students. I want to echo Rachel Chapman's request to separate middle school needs from high schoolers. We are officially in the red tier, and the guidelines are now more flexible for secondary students. Our middle and high school students may not need childcare, but they do need in-person contact with their teachers and other adults in their lives. Thank you all very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Buddy.
Yes, good evening, board and Supervisor Wells. Buddy Williams, currently with 2 kids in elementary school. First, thank you to the awesome Albany teachers who are putting in double duty and working hard for our kids. Thank you, and get vaccinated pronto. And thank you, Dr. Wells, for introducing the idea of getting back to school this calendar year for more than a few hours a week. As you'll hear from many of us tonight, it's time to open the classrooms to the full extent allowed by law and to let the county and state set the limits on what can be done. There isn't really a valid reason to set extra limits, as is the current MOU. Albany is among the best cities in the county in terms of case rates, yet we have the fewest proposed hours per week of the top performing schools in the area if it stays at concept 1 or 2. And counterintuitively, schools are closed in areas with the lowest rates of COVID. So the next MOU for the fall should not have any hard coded limits on opening, such as 6-foot rule, cohort size, etc. It should state that the district will comply with state and county restrictions but open to the full extent allowed by law. Negotiations between Dr. Wells and the ATA should be limited to the logistics of opening, schedules, remote learners, teacher preps, not limits on opening. So here are my asks. Number 1, add more in-person hours in concept 1 or 2. As mentioned before, Berkeley's moving to 5 full days a week, March 29 at 4-foot distance, and they also have many special classes. Go to concept 3. And number 2, send the past MOU drafts to the public. And finally, number 3, get an agreement for a full opening with simulcasting in the fall now, so we know ASAP if our kids will remain in Albany schools or not. Our kids will not be sitting in front of a screen next fall, and we really don't want to go elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. S. Dancer. You might be on mute. All right, I'm going to try to move you into as a panelist. Nope. All right, Lindsay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello, district staff and board members. Thank you for your hard work balancing the competing factors of student education and well-being with staff and student safety concerns. My name is Lindsay Parker, and I have a 4th grader at Marin and a 7th grader at AMS. And I think it is well established how much the kids are suffering through distance learning. I've been a supporter of reopening for a long time. I have sisters in the UK with similarly aged kids, and they just went back to school full-time after an 8-week shutdown due to their local surge. In the UK and elsewhere around the world and country, schools are the last to close and the first to open, and I've thought for a long time that our priorities in California and this district have been wrong and are not science-based. It's unfortunate that Albany could not be a leader in getting the kids back into their classrooms, and it's embarrassing that the Albany plan was used as an example for the failed California policies in a recent Washington Post article. However, we now have a chance to at least follow the lead of Berkeley Unified and get our elementary kids back in the classroom full-time, ASAP, full days at 4-foot spacing for those who opt in. Now that a larger local Alameda County district can do it, we have no more excuses to continue the suffering of kids and families here in Albany. Please follow the Berkeley plan for elementary and scrap the overly complicated concept of hybrid and skip phase 2 and go straight to phase 3 for elementary ASAP, at least by the return of spring break, when the teachers should all be vaccinated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gilad.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for recognizing the severity of the situation and starting to take steps to address it. We appreciate the depth of thought that has been put into the options presented earlier. We feel that we are being heard, and this is encouraging. We understand the need to discuss these concepts and models further, but we are concerned that the pace of movement we've experienced in the last few months will continue. We are concerned that limitations such as disallowing subs or shutting down a cohort for 2 weeks based on a single headache will derail these plans. Yes, Albany is not Berkeley, but if Berkeley can mobilize for 5-day openings in days, there is no reason for Albany to take weeks. I urge the board and the district to lead and not to follow. Set an example by moving swiftly, by doing more than others. Be known as the district that turned the situation around. Proactively address not just the number of in-person hours, but also the various constraints that exceed health guidelines. Our children are relying on you. Albany's children should be in their classes with the teachers they love for full days, 5 days a week, with no further delays or restrictions other than those required by health guidelines, and while respecting those parents who choose to remain remote. Let's show everyone what a small but determined school district can achieve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Layla.
Hi, this is Layla Knox, parent of 3 children, one of whom is an Albany middle schooler. First of all, I want to say a huge thank you to the board and to Dr. Wells and district staff for hearing our call for transparency. It's really very much appreciated. Second, I've heard a lot tonight of discussion about sending out parent surveys and getting teacher input on the various plans. As Dr. Wells noted, we need to move swiftly if we are to fully reopen anytime soon. The administration and board have heard repeatedly from the community, including tonight, about the desire to reopen. So as Dr. Wells said, please move as a board now to make a final decision and let the administration run with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yolanda.
I don't know why I get video each time. Dr. Wells.
I don't know.
Sorry. Dr. Wells, board members, and community. My name is Yolanda, and I'm the parent of a 3rd grader, a 1st grader, and a rising kindergartner at Marin Elementary. I'm also the daughter of a public school teacher and a nurse. My 4 siblings and I all attended Berkeley Public Schools, Jefferson, Malcolm X, King, and Berkeley High. 10 years ago, when I admitted begrudgingly to my family and friends that I was moving to Albany, they teased me for selling out, but they also understood. We moved to Albany for the community and the schools, and maybe also the Little League. Today, I'm excited that my friends in Berkeley have a plan to go back to school full-time 5 days a week. At the same time, I must wonder why we don't. I've always considered our school district amazing. We have the best teachers and the best parents and the best students. Why are we standing here still waiting? Why do we have the hybrid model with the least number of hours by far of any local district? What happened to us that now Albany isn't at least as good as our neighbors? How is it that we are actually the worst? Albany has a COVID case rate of less than 1 case per day. This has been going on for 4 weeks. We are in the red tier. For a long time, the science and data have begged us to be open, but we aren't. I am overwhelmed with gratitude for Dr. Wells' board report tonight. Thank you for making this happen. Together, let's prove to my siblings and ourselves that our schools are still amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria.
Hi, my name is Maria Wilson, and I'm a parent of a 1st grader at Marin. I'm asking the board to please copy Berkeley's model and open full-time as soon as possible. The presentation was great tonight, but I don't think we have time to waste to get mired in analysis with new plans. We've done a lot of studies of these and it's gotten us nowhere. My child's aching to go back. The community appears to be aching to go back. I think you're hearing us speak loudly and clearly. Open the schools, follow Berkeley's model, act quickly. I fear the time that it will take to institute a new survey. We've seen that surveys have taken this district a long time to put together and to analyze, and so far haven't led to any reopening. Just follow Berkeley's lead and reopen. Thank you.
Thank you. Jill.
Yeah, hi, my name is Jill Nielsen, parent of a 4th grader at Cornell and an 8th grader at the middle school. Wanted to share that when I announced to my family what Dr. Wells' presentation, when he started off talking about reopening schools, my 4th grader, just jumped up for joy, had a huge smile on his face, gave me a huge hug, and is so excited about the opportunity to go back to school in a meaningful way. He wanted to make public comment, but needed to get to bed. I wanted just to convey that he asked, please, 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 can he have something to do on Wednesdays? Wednesdays are a hard day, trying to figure out how to make, provide him with meaningful activities when he has 2 parents who, simply don't have the time to sit with him all day. So I would like to echo the comments of other parents. with thank yous and gratitude. But please work swiftly, urgently. We need to move quickly. We need to get our kids back to school as soon as we possibly can. And I support any plan that will get our kids to school on a daily basis so we can start providing them with structure, routine, so that parents can get back to work. Ultimately, opening full-time is, of course, what we all know that we really need to be striving for. We're here to help. Please let us know how we can help. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jason.
Good evening. My name is Jason Bargo. I'm currently folding the laundry of 2 Cornell Elementary students. I want to say thanks for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you for following the guidance of public health and mental health officials, particularly on the way that schools are, about how schools are opening, you know, with screening, masking, physical distancing, ventilation, open windows, outdoor classrooms, and stable cohorts. Currently, I feel that the current offerings threaten the stability of the cohorts a bit. And my main reason for speaking tonight is to voice my support for options that include more in-person hours as soon as possible. So while I think you've done very well to follow the recommendations of public health on how to open, I think there are also recommendations from public health and mental health officials on when to reopen. And so I would urge you to increase those in-person hour options as soon as possible. Any delay is to our detriment, not only to losing students and families to other districts, but also in limiting the potential futures of these students as productive citizens. I was disappointed to hear the use or the mention of the 10 weeks of school left as sort of a way to justify maybe not making more urgent changes and sort of feeling a little bit better about students being comfortable with the way that school has been going. I hope that we'll act much more urgently, plan much more big ideas, and dream big and get our school kids back into school as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary.
Good evening, board again. Thank you for all the work, and I want to say I really appreciate Trustee Duran and Trustee Davidson for bringing back up the idea of students in the special day class. But I also want to remind the board and the administration that the special day class is only one of the avenues through which students with disabilities receive their education. The presumption of education for students with disabilities is general education, and neither I nor anyone else member of the Albany Disability Squad has heard any plans on how to facilitate that. What is currently offered or talked about as the SDC hubs, my current understanding is, and I have it in writing, is that it is for students to come to campus in person and then access their remote education with the assistance of a para-educator next to them. So in other words, to do exactly the same thing that they're doing at home, but with the added commute and the presence on campus. And I don't understand how that is in-person education or hybrid. And speaking of paras, when we received the questions about whether or not we would bring our child back to school without the information that we needed in order to make an informed decision, we asked, since the paras are not vaccinated, and how are they going to be assigned to our student who has an individualized education program? And the response that we received was that HR is responsible for making that decision. And I am pretty sure that HR is not familiar with my or any other child's IEP. Thank you.
Thank you. That noise is painful. Dana.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Dana. I'm a mom of a 5th and a 7th grader, and I might be the only one on the call saying I'm not as excited as everyone else. I appreciate all the work that's gone into the planning to date for the plans to safely reopen our schools and getting the MOU signed on Friday. I am concerned about, with 10 weeks to go, to the gentleman's point, that making all of these changes and rushing to increase hours and change schedules is too much too soon. And that taking a plan that's in motion, making changes to it is an enormous task and can be an implementation nightmare for the teachers and the students. So I know that Clementina Duran recommended a survey, and a parent mentioned maybe we don't do it before, but I would highly recommend that you do survey the parents, because unlike everybody that's spoken to date, I don't know anybody that would go full time. There are a lot of people out there that are just sitting and assuming that the MOU will go forward and that safety plans are going to be put in place. But if you change the cohort size, if you change the safety measures from 6 feet to 4 feet, a lot of the people that are on your list to go back will likely stay home. And all of those people have talked to their kids and made plans. So I really want to encourage you to reach out to the parents, because a lot of the parents who are not in favor of making these changes are not coming to these meetings, and they don't really know what's going on. And I know that a lot of people are thrilled about Berkeley, but the handful of people I reached out to today are upset. They didn't know it was going to happen. They didn't know, they weren't planning on it. That's obviously just anecdotal, but it's a lot of change pretty quickly. So I do really want to encourage you to do that. It's an impact to both the kids and to the teachers. So thank you.
Thank you. Daniel.
Hi. Yeah, I'd also like to echo Dana's concerns. She's not alone. We're maybe less vocal and persistent than those who are in immediate need, and I totally understand where they're coming from. There's, all of us want to go back. There's not any one of us who want to be sequestered in our homes and have our kids here. It's difficult for everybody, and there's a large, maybe a large and quiet group of parents that are not vocally pushing you guys in any direction. We're waiting to see what the science says and what the guidance is. And you guys had an MOU in place that seems reasonable, and I was excited about, and it seems like the ground is shifting underfoot. So I would appreciate further survey of the parents in the community to try and get up-to-date input on any current plans that you guys are trying to implement. Jumping ahead of the science is not sensible to me. I know people think that it's settled. It isn't settled. There is potential secondary effects from a COVID infection that children could be susceptible to, what is known as long COVID. This isn't settled that it doesn't exist. It's just that kids have not been tested to the same amount. They might not be as PCR receptive because they're not infected as long. But it's silly to think that it's over. We're all in sort of the last stages of this. The vaccines haven't even taken effect. Even if you were vaccinated on the first day, you need at least 6 weeks out to be fully vaccinated. So those teachers who have been vaccinated are not necessarily protected. So jumping ahead of that seems, slow down, guys. We're here too, and we're maybe not as loud. At the same time, simulcast is going to be the worst of both worlds. Good luck with that. But thanks for your time and thanks for your work.
Thank you. Nicole. Oops. Go ahead, Nicole. I'm going to try bringing you into the meeting to see if we can hear you. Nope, we lost her. Chris.
Hi there, thank you. I'm a parent
of a second grader at Marin and a ninth grader at the high school. First off, I want to thank you very, very much for this presentation and for Dr. Wells, the administration, and the board for listening and considering the science. I won't kid myself that I can articulate my words any better than my neighbors who have spoken before me, who have been speaking in support of reopening. I concur with everything that has been said. I do want to add my own evidence. I've spoken here a couple of times. Y'all know I work in federal law enforcement. I've had to maintain my job where I can't be at home 24/7. And so as a result, my 2 young children, I also have a preschooler, have had to be in care. We have had 0 COVID exposure or scares. What I mean by 0, I mean by nobody even in their pods have had a COVID scare. And so while it can be done, and I'm really excited that we're finally moving in that direction. So I'm kind of speaking to the last 2 speakers that we're not moving too fast. We're actually really, really slow. I will add, though, that my second grader has lost many classmates to private schools. So I do beg you to please act as quickly as possible. And kiddingly, it's so she'll stop asking me to go with them and stop going to Zoom school and to go to real school. So, you know, we love Albany. We're completely invested in the community, and I'm so excited to see that we're finally moving in this direction. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Debbie.
Hi. I have an 8th grader and a 12th grader, and I've seen firsthand the emotional toll distance learning is having on not just our youngest learners, but also on our teens. I implore the board to act quickly and bring all of our learners back to in-person instruction for as many hours as possible, as quickly as possible. Love of learning isn't there in the remote model. I want my kids to be excited about learning again, but for that to happen, they need to return to in-person learning with the great teachers in Albany and be surrounded by their peers. I feel terrible for this year's senior class, who haven't even had a chance to experience the joy of senior year. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Jasper.
Hi there. Can never figure out how to get the login correct. This is Joel. I'm a dad of a Marin student, and as a family that needs to stay home near term for health reasons, I really appreciate the board and staff comments regarding the need to maintain a strong remote option with AUSD teachers. I think it's important to note that a strong remote option will help make any additional in-person hours more possible. I do think, though, when thinking about the remote option or continuing with the strong remote option, that it's really, really important to get teacher feedback about the simulcast options. I think about the amount of time that my son's teachers spend focused on the Zoom screen, doing a fantastic job of getting kids engaged. And I think about what it would be like for them to have essentially half the time to do that, or half the attention to do that. And that concerns me. So I would really love to get teacher feedback about that. And then I think it is important to engage parents on this issue and to explore essentially the pros and cons of simulcast or potentially shifting teacher assignments around so that parents have a really good sense and can provide feedback about the different options moving forward. And then last but not least, just again want to do a huge shout out to the teachers who are doing a tremendous job during an exceptionally difficult year. Thank you.
Thank you. Trupti.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay,
yep.
So thank you so much, board members. Thank you so much, Dr. Wells and the staff for putting this amazing presentation. And I'm so glad to see that the school is is wanting to increase in-person hours, which is great. And I don't want to give examples of Berkeley or any other school because I've already said that in my emails and past correspondence. I'm sure we can do much more better than what those districts did. And I know some parents have some concerns on, that we are moving probably way too fast, but I just want to say that no, we should have done this couple weeks back. I mean, there are successful examples of private schools opening since like October, November, and with no scares or no cases, no transmission. They are doing it very well. So why cannot a public school in such an amazing district can lead by example? I know there are only 10 weeks left, but it's not like only 10 weeks. If you consider days, they are like 70 days, and that's a whole lot of amount of days that we can still use and increase the in-person hours and make sure that kids are looked after, that mental health is looked after. Physical health is just one thing, but I'm sure you know that mental health of kids are affecting day by day. So it's the steps that Dr. Wells has taken today is in terms of increasing in-person hours immediately is amazing. It's welcome, and I applaud and I support this. So please put this into practice as soon as we can. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Galjan.
Hi, my name is Gal. I'm a mom of a first grade student. He is currently literally suffering from any minute of Zoom learning. It is causing him migraines. I had to get him to do an MRI to understand that. Therefore, he is not logging in to Zoom at all. Any day that online learning continues is another day that he doesn't receive any instruction. In the special meeting last week, the board asked the superintendent to offer more. Now that he has, you want to do a survey. This feels like a waste of time. Please vote to accept concept 1 and open for 5 days a week to the fullest extent possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I am Jen Gritman. I'm the mom of a senior at Albany High, and I'm also a teacher. This year, I am your EdTech TSA for the district. And I wanted to speak on behalf of our TK and K teachers who hopefully are sleeping right now because they've been working so hard getting ready to start school in less than a week. And I just want to remind you that if you're talking about changing schedules again after they begin on Monday, which is what we signed in our MOU less than a week ago, that you'll be asking these teachers and our youngest learners that have never been to physical school before to change schedules twice in a very short period of time. And that feels very unreasonable to me. So I hope you'll really keep that in mind and think about what you're asking these teachers to do. Second point is that in terms of a survey, I would definitely encourage you to resend out a survey. Speaking personally, my child was very excited to go back for 2 hours of an academy situation. I definitely think their opinion might change given the increased time on campus. So I would like to encourage you to reconsider giving us an opportunity to change our mind. And thirdly, I'm just curious how simulcasting works in these outdoor spaces that you are speaking of tonight. And I want to agree with the dad as your ed tech specialist that simulcasting is the absolute worst idea you could be proposing at this time. Thanks for your time tonight.
Thank you. I need to pause for a second because the entire district office staff disappeared. And I'm trying to figure out if they're back. We've lost our superintendent. Are you guys, did you have an internet outage?
I think we lost
of Wi-Fi for a bit. People are getting back on.
Okay, I just want to wait a minute to see if. All right, I think we're going to have to go forward. We're still missing 3 people, but this is recorded. So rest assured, people who missed your comments will listen to them on the tape. Sarah.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Did we, did our, the previous speaker, she finished her comments, right? Before things cut out?
Yes, but so I'll make a note of where it cut out so that they know who to listen to.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, I think we're almost all back. Go ahead, Sarah.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yep.
Great. Thank you. I'm a parent and also a teacher in the district. Thank you, Jen, for being the first teacher to speak tonight. I've been listening to all of these evolving plans and want to recognize all the hard work that's gone into the creation of these alternatives, and really want to recognize the way in which the district has responded to the direction provided by the board, and that's great to see. However, I'd also like to point out, as Ms. Gritman did, the tremendous amount of effort that's already been put in to the creation of the plans as they currently exist. And these plans are set to be put into motion as early as Monday. And the amount of effort that specialists in particular have had to go through in order to reinvent their entire programs to line up with the new schedules that elementary students will be learning under has been an effort of great magnitude. So as we continue to think about creating more changes, we need to recognize that these support programs, which students need, sometimes through IEPs, sometimes through general education intervention, are all necessary components of any new plan, and that takes time and effort to coordinate. Additionally, I wanted to provide a parent perspective, and that is that not only is it a necessity that parents be given the opportunity to re-choose, for lack of a better way of saying it, which model they are interested in. If the model has changed, we should be eligible to make a new choice, I should hope. That's a given. But on top of that, folks are making childcare arrangements that need to be put into place, you know, at least well in advance to a degree. So, you know, it's been our assumption as parents that this is the model that we'll have for the foreseeable future, at least through the end of this year. And some of us have already paid for private care options because we didn't think that the district was going to be able to offer more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nicole. Go ahead, Nicole.
We're losing our district staff again, Sarah.
Oh, great. And I'm not hearing Nicole. So I'm going to keep going with the comments. And again, I'll make a note of when we lost folks. Nicole, I'm going to try to move you into the panelist. Not seeing her. Okay, Hannah. Oops. Nope, lost her. Maybe there's a major Zoom malfunction going on. All right, let's try Michelle.
Hi, I'm a sophomore at AHS. First of all, thank you for working late into the night with this. And what I want to say, sorry if you went over this, I just wanted to raise my concern and sort of ask if this is a part of the teachers' preparation that was mentioned, whether teachers will receive guidelines or any sort of help so that they are able to adjust their lessons for what will be an hour-long class when we go back to hybrid. And they have now less than a month to do this, and I'm just very worried that having shorter classes will mean more work and more stress, especially for high school and middle school students. I know I, as well as other students I know, are already having to do more work and teaching ourselves material because some of the teachers can't fit a lesson in 80 minutes of Zoom. And other teachers are also saying we are behind compared to previous years. While the being behind was mostly expected as a result of distance learning, I also hope that there are measures being taken so students won't be expected to know the same amount of material this coming year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. JC.
Hi, this is Julia, parent of a middle schooler. I just want to say thank you very much to the board and to Dr. Wells and district staff for putting together this presentation and considering other options. I just want to address a couple things that were mentioned about some of the barriers, and I really do understand how sort of cumbersome it will be to revisit these schedules given that so much work has been done. But I do want to bring it home to this is for the kids, and really this is for the students' best interests, and anything that the parents can do to support an ease of going forward and moving forward to more reopening, we would be very happy to help with. I feel like we're all in a hard place, and I understand that revisiting these schedules will be hard too, but I don't know that that's the best reason to not do it. The other thing I'd want to say about the simulcasting is, we've done a lot of research about simulcasting, and almost every district with a middle and high school or middle school open does simulcasting. So I would urge teachers to please speak to some of those the other teachers that are doing the simulcasting right now. Many districts are doing it and it's working okay, or at least we should hear what they have to say before writing it off as something that's a non-starter. But thank you again to the board and for considering this, and for Dr. Wells for presenting this. I think this is a real sign of hope for us and for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyung.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. My name is Kyung. I'm the parent of a Marin first grader. And I'd like to just reiterate what Julia just said. And earlier, Shannon made a point about simulcasting, how it's kind of inevitable in our near future and in the long term, especially if students have to stay home in quarantine and adhere to our community agreements. I have to say, I don't want to characterize simulcasting as the worst choice. I'm also a high school teacher. I am part of a school that has been simulcasting since the fall. If we think back to a year ago when schools had to shut down, we thought remote learning was going to be, there was just so much unknown, and our teachers have worked hard to create, dynamic and engaging lessons. Simulcasting, although not ideal, is working in many school districts. It's really the only choice in middle and high schools. At this point, since many teachers have been doing it since October, there are a lot of workshops and webinars and best practices on blended learning, hybrid learning, simulcasting, whatever you want to call it. And I think this is something that we have to consider and not see it as a roadblock, and also to maintain equity for our remote-only students and for our in-person students. If we want those remote students to be included in the classroom community, included in our school community, and not just pushed into a separate program, this is an option that can benefit both remote students and in-person students. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, did we get all of our district staff back? Sorry, scrolling through. You're all back. Okay, great. So you did miss a few comments, but you have a recording. So, so board, I want to bring it back to us for some discussion and direction to staff. And we haven't scheduled the next meeting, but it sounds like it's going to be in the next few days. So just to lay out, I think what we need for that meeting is to provide the superintendent with direction on the types of models that we would like to see. So either this set of models or a slightly different set. A list of the kinds of information that we would like to have for that meeting. So a couple things people raised, the capacity of our facilities overall. You said we did a sketch of a few classrooms, but I think for the facilities, and then the percent of teachers who have requested remote. And I think the idea is that we need to understand if it's likely that the percentage of students who come back is higher or lower than the percentage of teachers who are coming back, or vice versa. So that type of information. So we need direction on the kinds of models. We need directions on any kinds of information that you want. And then I think we need to talk a little bit about the process between now and that meeting, if there's anything else that needs to happen between now and when that meeting happens. So with that said, I think we should just go around, and then I'll check in with the superintendent to make sure that he feels he has what he needs. And then we'll move on to the next item. So I'll start with Vice President Doss.
Hello. I would like to see some examples of the things that people have been talking about. Like, what would the simulcast look like? Because there was one teacher who just got on and spoke and said that she's been doing it for a while, but I don't know what it would actually look like. So it'd be nice to kind of have an idea. A lot of people have been talking about Berkeley and their plan, so it'd be nice to kind of see that plan. Maybe have like a comparison chart to compare it to what a plan might look like for us versus that plan. And then the opportunity for, or what it would look like for parents to fill out, or to either stay opt in or to decide to opt out based on what's decided, like what that'll look like. Would they will we send out like a new, would it like start over, or would they, and then would they do it again, like based on this scenario? Do you want to like remain opt in, or do you want to opt out? Or I have some other ideas, but I'm gonna let it go around and come back.
If you want to do them now, that's fine too. I mean, I'm gonna try to digest everything so that we go around once. But I mean, not to prevent you from coming back. Just I think it's best if we get it all out.
I also would like to see, as far as like with the 6th grade, since their classes are set up a little different, I'd like to see some options for them specifically versus the other grades, since their classes are a little different. So maybe there's less moving around necessary for their grade. So kind of what that would look like, versus the other grades. I also would like to see potentially a separation of the middle school and high school. Because they're just different. So I think that it would make sense to kind of see, what that might look like. And that's it.
Great. Trustee Duran.
Okay, at this moment, the questions I have, and certainly I think Vice President Doss has touched on most of them. I was, I hadn't thought about the equity issue regarding simulcast that Ms. Pack talked about. I think that's really important to certainly explore the simulcast, if only for that reason. So I definitely would like, more information nothing definitive, but just on simulcast, and if possible, which districts have used it, and if there's any kind of analysis of that. I think this is what Trustee Das was speaking about. Sorry, Vice President Das. Definitely a separation between AMS and AHS in terms of, I just want it separated out, the two programs. And could we separate out sixth grade too, since the board had already voted that it was going to be part of the construct of elementary. And now we're talking though about possibly expansion of programs, but I would like to see the sixth grade separated out in terms of what that could look like, because given that they do have those whatever you call those classes where they're really combined with the social studies and English, et cetera, I would like to see a different program for them too, of what that might look like. The survey, if we did a survey, because I was thinking, well, 70% have already indicated at this moment that they're interested in going back to school. But then one of the parents raised the issue, well, but then it would depend, and Assistant Superintendent Williams, I don't know if you could address that. If you could not do anything else except put a survey together in the next couple of days, would it be realistic that you could roll out a survey to parents? Today's Tuesday, by Thursday evening, and parents would return it by Sunday night, and then the board could meet on Monday and get the results. I don't know if that's feasible, but if any way that's possible, maybe you could think about it and respond in a few minutes. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
All right. I'm going in no particular order. Trustee Mala.
Yeah, I think one comment I had is something that's really foundational to like the distance learning model we have right now is the support time. I know at the high school there's 30 minutes of office hours twice a week or 40 minutes or something. And then also at lunch for all the grade, students can come in and talk to their teachers in between time. So when we do transition to hybrid instruction, I think it's important that we can keep that time as much as possible, especially when there's learning loss. And in general, it's harder to reach out for help. You can't stay behind after class as much. So I think when we are developing a hybrid plan, we have to cut certain things out, but I think it's important that the support time that is more individual, which is something that if you're remote, you might not be able to get in hybrid instruction. I think that's really important to keep.
Great. Trustee Boyd, do you want to add anything?
Yes, thank you. I would I appreciate Trustee Duran's question about the survey as much as I do not want Assistant Superintendent Williams to be angry with me. I know you would never be. I think if it's possible to have some data from the community before we meet next, if the goal of our next meeting, which I believe it is to issue a directive at the end of it. I do think, as some people noted who called in, there are various differences in multiple directions about what you would do and whether it would change your response if school is 5 days full time, if school is an increased hybrid plan, if it's the same hybrid plan. I think there's a possibility for movement in multiple directions. So I think it would be really important if it's possible to make that happen and have families do a quick turnaround. And I know that it's asking a lot of the district staff, and I am aware of that and I honor that. And the other thing I was going to ask is if possible, perhaps. I know that one of the parents who spoke talked about her experience with simulcasting. I believe that there could potentially be others, or if it would be possible to perhaps have some time at this meeting where parents or members of the community might be asked to just prepare a few minutes and give a little bit more of background or understanding for the community of what their experience with simulcasting has been, and give folks perhaps some somewhat more of an idea of what that might look like. And the last thing is just if when we're looking at the plans, if it's possible to have more of a comparison, and I know especially the secondary plans were not as fleshed out, but comparing like the in-person or the synchronous minutes, across plans, just to have a more of a way to kind of compare them to each other, kind of like in an apples to apples sort of way. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Davidson.
Okay, so I'm a numbers person. So in looking at the percentages of students who have responded, they would come back and hearing what some of our callers said and reading some of the emails. It sounds like we definitely have very different situations playing out in the middle school, the high school, and the elementary school. So I think we need to really look distinctly at each of those, and perhaps the current plan that we have for AHS is an okay plan. And we just kind of go that course and don't look at changing it, because it sounds to me from what I've heard a lot of and from the numbers that we're seeing that our high school students for a good portion are doing okay with what they're doing, and are very concerned about losing some of their instructional time and the access to their teachers. So I want to really look at the new numbers that come in once they find out those no responses, and really consider AHS as a standalone. The middle school numbers seem to fall more in line with our elementary school numbers. So maybe even looking at those two more as a package deal. On the issue of simulcast, from what I've heard, remote learning is working well for many because there's less distractions in it. So I'm very concerned about simulcasting a live classroom where we have all of the other things going on that a teacher is also being asked to deal with. I think it's hard to think that we're going to get 14 or 15 kids, young kids, in a classroom staying in their seats the whole time with their masks on, and the teacher's not going to have to go and show a kid something and then that's distracting from the screen. So I would be of the mindset that simulcasting would be a great option for our middle school and high school classes. I would be a little bit more reserved on it for the lower grades. That said, I'm going to do my own personal research and reach out to some teachers that I know and try and observe some classes that are simulcasted if it's possible. And I really think that we need to do a survey. I think we should offer some additional pay to our district staff here, because I really want to honor that they are working extremely long and extended hours right now, and we are asking a lot. I also really want to honor the fact that our Teachers Association just did bargain with us, and our bargaining teams just gave a lot of extra time. They're doing that in addition to their teaching hours to reach these agreements. I think it's unfortunate that we ended up in this situation where we're reconfiguring it so quickly after we just reached a deal. I think that's partially just how COVID works right now, but I really want to respect the fact that our teachers feel that this is an additional challenge and it's an extra stressor. And so I thank you all, and I appreciate that we're all going to have to be flexible here in the interest of getting more of our students what they need. So I just want to say that I don't take this lightly, that we are asking for a change yet again. And I look forward to our next meeting when we make our decisions on this, but I look forward to more information before that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to say a couple things, my own things, and then I'm going to try to summarize so I make sure I got everything that folks said. And I do see Vice President Doss's hand up too. So I will come back. Oh, and Student Board Member Leo Corzo. Clark, do you want to go since you haven't had a chance yet?
Sure.
And then I'll do my bit.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff was already said. I agree with Brian and Audrey. I do think that it would be very common sense to split up the middle school and the high school, especially given how and sixth grade as well, given like the differences and just the way that those schedules are traditionally structured, and also sort of the responses we've initially gotten in terms of commitments of going back and not going back. I also have initial hesitations as a student with simulcast. I know already over Zoom, it's hard to get initial like attention from a teacher. Oftentimes, I think like in some of my classes, like the chat isn't even open to ask questions, which I think is, again, then it's just hard to reach out and get those support from teachers outside of the lesson plan. So I would be initially hesitant for a system where teachers would have to sort of have be focusing on two different things at once and give them equal attention. So I'd like to see more information on that, on simulcasting. In terms of reopening, I think that students, and I'm happy because I saw this in the plans that Assistant Superintendent Williams proposed, but I think that students at the high school at least have really come to value asynchronous Fridays and also the flexibility in the afternoons. And I think that it would be more realistic and just easier for students and family schedules to keep asynchronous Fridays and also keep synchronous instruction in the mornings and have the afternoons freed up, because I know that a big issue that some students had with the current plan and having the hybrid model, the academies in the afternoon, is that they had free periods at the end of the day, and now all of a sudden they'll have lunch, they'll have a free period, and then they'll have to go back to school at like 2 or 3 p.m., which a lot of students found conflicted with things that they had already committed to. And then the last thing, I agree with Brian. I'd like to see a comparison of our plan to more to other local plans. In terms of Berkeley, the 5 days a week plan is not much of a plan yet. They released like a statement today, and it was about a paragraph long, and it was just saying that I could read it out loud. It says students will attend 5 full days of school in order to minimize contact between stable groups. There may be some variations in schedule by grade and site. This could mean staggered arrivals and dismissals at the start and the end of the day, and changes to when students transition from the classroom to activities, including lunch and recess. And that's all they have right now. And so, and at their when they last announced their reopening plan, it was only 2 days a week. And they also said that students would not be guaranteed to keep their teachers. So I think that it's important that if we're sort of to look at them as sort of a model to base our own schedule afterwards, that we really take an in-depth look in a board meeting at what that would actually entail and what differs from their newly updated plan and ours. And yeah.
Thank you. So I just want to say add some of my own things, and then we'll move to wrapping that up. I did actually talk with the president of the Berkeley School Board this morning about their plan, and I'm sure Dr. Wells has probably talked with their superintendent. The intention of their plan is a nearly full day elementary, 5 days a week. They are restructuring their classes, so students and teachers will not be kept together necessarily, which brings me to, I guess, just my overall piece, which is in order for us to bring kids back on campus in larger numbers, we have two options. One is the same teacher teaches remote and in-person kids simultaneously using the simulcast. And I guess I'm just thinking of elementary. And the other option is that you regroup all the kids into in-person kids and remote kids, and then you assign them a new teacher. And I think that to me is where it's hard to imagine doing a survey without having a clear set of alternatives that we're surveying parents about. Like right now, if we just said, would you come back? What would your choice be if we opened up 5 days a week? If they don't know what the trade-offs are, it's hard to know what we would be asking them. So it's a little hard for me to figure out whether we do the survey before we've narrowed down the number of models or after, or both. I think one of the things that I've heard from families is this kind of frustration that they get surveyed about a model that's confusing and they don't really know what they're answering. And then the next time we do a survey, the model has changed again. So I hear, I know folks want to do a survey before we meet again, but I don't even know what we would put in that survey. Would we ask them, are you willing to change your child's teacher in exchange for more time on campus? Or would we ask them, do you want your class to be simulcast? So I think I would love to do a survey. I agree that we're sort of obligated to do it to the public because we are forcing them to make a different choice or offering them a different choice. But I think I would prefer to do another meeting before we sit down and make a survey, because I don't even know what I would direct us to be asking. So that was just my thought on the survey. I share a lot of the concern about simulcasting. I think at the elementary level, it's hard to do it without it being a disappointing experience for one group or the other. I do think I know there are a couple districts that are doing it only in high school because the model, the sort of pedagogy fits with it a little better. But I do think I would like to hear some real descriptions of what it would look like at different age levels so that we really understand what we would be asking. I will also just say, I think in terms of, there are several elements of any plan that we're going to need to negotiate, including the distancing change and other elements of our MOU. And to me, adding the simulcasting as an element we would have to negotiate, given our time frame and a lot of the concerns, that just seems like a really big lift to ask us to ask teachers and then have to really bargain about what that looks like. I've read MOUs that talk about simulcasting. They're really complicated. There's a lot of stuff to tease out. Is the teacher responsible for chatting that happens in the Zoom if they're paying attention to the in-person group at that time? Are they responsible for things that happen with the in-person group if their attention is on the remote group? It's a supervision challenge, especially for younger grades. So I would love to hear some more detail, not just about how it works, but about maybe some examples of language that is used to sort of describe it. And echoing just what everyone else said about, I think, a TK through 5 plan, a 6th grade, a 7th and 8th, and a 9th through 12th would be really helpful. I still have a lot of concern about the high school instructional time. And then just the last piece that I would add, looking at the elementary schedules, it would help me, since one of these schedules is starting Monday, to maybe see a game plan for how we would pivot from that to something different. For example, in our first through 5th grade schedules, they're remote with their classroom teacher, but then we already actually have a plan for them to be in person with a different teacher. So I could imagine that we could add more time to that in-person piece and remove the remote time, on some planned level. Anyway, so I would just like to see a little bit of mapping from, if we're starting some of these plans Monday, what would it take to sort of move from the plan we have to these proposals? So those are my comments. I want to go around one more time and then I'll try to summarize everything. And Vice President Doss, I think your hand was up first.
Yeah, I wanted to make a few comments, and then I had some specific instruction clarification that I wrote down. But I wanted to, so the thing about COVID is that it doesn't really allow for convenience, and it makes things really tough. When we wanted schools to be open, COVID came, we had to close schools. And then you make a plan. Right after you make the plan, COVID decides to have a different plan. And you want to like go hang out with your family for the holidays, and COVID has other ideas. And so um, it makes things inconvenient. And but when things happen, then there has to be, sacrifices have to be made, and there are inconveniences that, happen. So for example, you might not get to keep your exact same teacher, but you still get a super awesome, dope Albany teacher. You don't get an outside company. You don't get like a substitute. You get an Albany teacher, and they are all amazing, which is why the houses and apartments here are so expensive. It's because the dope teachers. That is the reason. And so you still will get one of those teachers. It might not be the exact same teacher that you have, might be a different teacher, but maybe that's a sacrifice that we have to make in order for the classes to, in order for it to happen. I mean, because so many people have jumped on the call or emailed or sent me text messages. A couple people bumped into me on the street and they said, we need to do what Berkeley's doing. Well, Berkeley has decided that it's okay for the teachers to change and for them to get like different teachers, not outside teachers from a different company, but just different teachers, different certified teachers from right here in Albany. So that's something that we need to really think about and really decide if we're willing to not give the students as much in-person time. And if we're willing to go back into negotiations and negotiate for a really long period of time, instead of just being willing to change teachers that a lot of the students haven't met in person anyway. It's just been on Zoom. So we can but I just had to say that because there have been others who have kind of gave their explanations around instruction. So I'm just sharing mine as well. We have to be willing to compromise somewhere, and we have to be willing to sacrifice, and maybe it'll be a little inconvenient, but we are kind of have a hard stance. We gave the hard stance. There has to be an Albany teacher, but we have to give somewhere. Maybe it won't be the same one that you've had, but it'll still be an Albany teacher, and they're all amazing, which is why we're fighting so hard to get our kids there in front of them in the first place, because they're all amazing, and we want the kids to be with them. Even during a global pandemic, we want our kids to be with the teachers. That is a compliment to every single teacher in this district, and it shouldn't be taken any other way other than a compliment. Okay, so I'm done with the speeches. I know some people like them, some people don't. Oh well. My specific instruction is I want to clarify my ask so that it's clear that I wanted to see a model that skips phase 2, moves directly into the full reopening, as President Hinckley clarified earlier for me, with the 5 days a week for elementary school. So I just wanted to make sure that that was very clear. And then for the parent survey, I agree that the parent survey should go out. But I think it should go out after we have our discussion later in the week. And then it should be very specific where here's what we've decided. This is very clear and concise so parents know exactly what they're voting on in the survey. And then once we get the results back, then we can make clear decisions based on the information that we receive back. Because if we send out a survey before then essentially we might have to send out another one after we come to conclusions. So that's it. Thank you.
Got it. So just to clarify, we are asking, I wrote down, we are asking for models that do one of two things. Either they switch the teachers so that everyone can come back or everyone can come back in person who wants to, or we do the simulcasting, because those seem like the two ways you solve the problem in scenario one. And then also scenario one had a 8:30 to 12:30, and I have the models in front of me, but I think, Marie, you're probably absorbing this well enough, but I think that's what we kind of want to see mapped out. So scenario one, there are a couple of ways to solve the kind of body problem. So to see those a little bit more specified. And yeah, so I think that was both of your things. I will make sure I summarize all this so you guys can check to make sure I didn't drop anything. Trustee David.
Does it make any sense in follower protocols for us to first do a brief, maybe like hour and a half workshop surrounding clarifying for the survey, and then schedule the special meeting to make our decisions after that?
So I think this is part of the unfolding process, and remembering that part of that process is also negotiations. So we could have a workshop where we refine it, do a survey, and then do another meeting. I mean, I think we could do all of that. And while that's happening, Superintendent Wells and his team are taking the items that we know we already need to renegotiate, for example, the distancing and the group size, and those could be moving simultaneously, if that makes sense.
Okay, and then my next one is, I'm not suggesting this at all, I just need clarification on this. I'm not suggesting it, I'm just getting clarification. If we just say we're going back full-time to like just having COVID safety measures in place, but without any of these other things, do we have to renegotiate the MOU? Because we're just going back to what would normally be our full-time teaching with maybe one teacher being remote. If we go that, I guess I'm just thinking, like, if we skip all the hybrid and we go with Vice President Doss's model, do we still renegotiate or not? And I'm just clarifying for myself.
Well, if we were to go, if the board voted on a schedule to go back full time, we would have to go back full time adhering to the agreements in the MOU, the 6 feet, the cohorting. If we wanted to go back full time with more flexibility, we would have to negotiate those items that would allow us to have the more flexibility. So the short answer to your question, do you have to renegotiate a plan that the board select to go back full time? No.
The issue is that we don't have enough staff to have class sizes of 16 people or 14 people. So we can't run a program without increasing that group size. Does that make sense?
Right, so we would have to renegotiate to go back full time with all of our kids, unless we got the right percentage of people to stay remote so that we could balance teachers. I still don't know if that would work. I'm just trying to think through this process for some other alternatives.
Trustee Davidson, we referenced Berkeley a lot, and what we noticed in Berkeley, they didn't have details, and they're still trying to operationalize the full time. We would be in the same position of trying to operationalize the full time. But yes, it can be done.
So
I appreciate the clarification.
I have a follow-up just on the math though. So let's say our average class size is 24 kids across our classes. And for all of the in-person groups, each teacher could only be with 14. Then each remote class is going to have to get quite a bit larger, which I think would be a work impact thing in addition to a downside for the remote kids. So am I missing something, or? That's why I'm saying I think we need the bigger in-person groups, because if we're restricted to 14 kids in a class in person, then we have a staffing problem for the rest of the population.
Yes, it presents a challenge.
Okay.
I'm sorry, if I could jump in, President Hinckley, because it's specifically about that, which is I had a conversation and I thought that, in fact, there was an idea that if we did go to full and we have, say, 20 kids that are opting in and 5 remote, stay remote, or 4 stay remote, or 5, 6, that other resource types of teachers, meaning not special education teachers, but librarian and other teachers, that music teachers, science teachers, those at the elementary school, okay, I'm speaking to elementary, that they can be used. Because they have full credentials as elementary school teachers, and then you could combine, say, 5 kids, and you'd come up with the 15 kids that could be the additional class, the ones you're talking about, because you're saying there's too many kids in a class. If, say, 20 kids wanted to come back, but you could essentially use other staff that are outside the classroom. Is that correct, Superintendent?
Yes, Trustee Doran, that would be the operationalizing, the how. And so that's what goes back to Vice President Doss's point. His question simplified, can we go fully remote? Short answer is yes. How do we do it? That's something we will work, and we would use all options on the table, including the auxiliary non-core teachers. And so it would be different, and that's one way in which we can handle it.
Thank you. I would just say, I appreciate that it's the board's job to decide the what and you decide the how, but I think in this case, a lot of the how is very important for the board to know in advance. And it's also really important for families. If the how involves having 35 kids in a remote classroom all of a sudden, or using non-core teachers to teach other things, I'm not saying you're suggesting any of that. I'm just saying, I think we all as a board have emphasized that we really want to understand exactly how whatever model we choose is going to work, who's going to be doing what, and so forth. All right, Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of make a plug again for going out to the community with some form of survey before we meet next. If at the end of meeting next, we will have issued a decision, because to say that we're going to issue a decision and then we're going to poll the community and then we're going to talk, I guess then we can talk about how best to implement the decision we make, but we can't talk about what decision we're going to make, because the decision will be made. So if we're looking to the community to know as much as possible from the community about how they feel, I just don't feel like we have that information based on, the people who are able to or choose to attend the meeting and comment, the people who are able to or choose to send, comments to us, and I know that there's tons of stuff up in the air, but for like a question like, if coming to school in person means that you could lose your teacher or lose your class, would you still want to do that? If being remote means that you could lose your teacher or lose your class, would you still want to do that? If doing those things means you could have simulcast in your class, would you still want to do that? Like those types of questions. And, I'm not a perfect survey creator or anything, but I just think to the extent that we can put as many of those sorts of things out there and get some sort of an idea of where people are, it would be helpful to me personally, at least.
Thank you. Trustee Duran. Oh, we do have another public comment too that I want to get to. Go ahead.
Okay, real quick, I would just like to support what Trustee Boyd is saying. I think it would be really essential, and I would feel that it would be good for those folks that have very specific ideas, our student trustees, yourself, President Hinckley, Trustee Boyd came up with some very specific and good ideas. If those could be turned over to Assistant Superintendent Williams, then she could put something together. You know, in the end, I don't think any survey is going to be perfect, meaning, you know, we're going to answer every single question or concern that may pop up from the parents. But I think this is a real attempt for us to get at what parents and a student survey could look like, and roll it out ASAP and get it back so that we could meet. I mean, I'm just throwing out, say Monday, and then the superintendent would have so much more direction about how to, any of the issues that have to be negotiated with the unions, the labor partners, could be rolled out really quickly. But I think the survey is really key.
Okay. I hear all that. So if that is, you know, what we want to do, Marie and I worked on the earlier survey with a lot of help from a couple of parents. And I think we could figure out how to do it in a way that asks families to sort of rank some different trade-offs, which is a little bit how we did it earlier. We asked families about things like health-related things, but then also keeping your teacher. So yeah, let's maybe, I think that's feasible. I just don't want to make it, I think if we're clear that we're gathering information about how parents feel about those sort of different trade-offs, rather than saying, you know, here's another model, since you already picked one model. Okay, that's helpful. So now we have 2 public comments. Let me move to them. Payal.
Oh, hi. This is Payal Sampath. Thank you guys for staying the course. This is a really long meeting, and thank you all so much for all the work you've been doing. I'm the parent of a Ocean View Elementary and Albany High School student. And I just wanted to, I'm a little blindsided here. As a parent, I've been trying to do my best to follow all the plans, and this just seemed like a significant pivot and change in plans so soon after sort of, you know, the agreement was negotiated and shared with the community. And I'm wondering if there's anything Dr. Wells can share in terms of what teachers have had to say about this, and whether this is, you know, some of these proposals have been vetted with them, and also understand how, I like the survey idea, but sort of how the consultation might take place, if there's an iterative way to do that, so that we're not presented with here's a binding survey that, you know, sign now and you're bound to it, because there's so much in flux. And one of the challenges as a parent really has been in terms of stability, thinking about, you know, are we moving to another kind of spring full of hiccups, sort of as we had last year, in which, okay, we just got used to remote learning. Now we're going to do hybrid. Now we're going to go to another model. I think it is very hard, particularly for elementary school students. And I'd like to figure out how we can, you know, not cause minimum disruption to kids' schedules, and really allocate our scarce district resources to a robust and, you know, solid reopening plan when we can do that. So would really appreciate any information about, particularly about what teacher feedback has been. Thank you.
Superintendent Wells, I don't know if you can Well, let's take the other question and then we'll come back. Jonas.
Oh, hi, Sarah Bly. I'm Jonas's mom. My question is, if we're talking about the survey now, and again, to echo the comments, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone. And it's really heartening to see this move towards school reopening. It feels very hopeful. But my question is, we're talking about surveys, and so we've received the surveys and we've answered the surveys, but then we've also we've made commitments, and they're different processes. And so I'm trying to understand if we're going to do another survey, and then how that's going to work. Then after the survey, are we going to then recommit again to hybrid or remote, or how is that going to work? And I'm just really thinking about the timeline here, knowing that we don't have a lot of time left. And so could this survey be I heard the parent before me, and I really respect that opinion, saying, we don't want to have to commit on this next survey, but I'm just thinking about timing and how hard it is to get responses in the first place. And then that we don't have a lot of time in front of us to get this moving. So I just want that kind of considered as you're making these decisions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yolanda.
Sorry, I realized I was muted. I'd like to echo Sarah's comments because I genuinely respect the goals of the board to survey more, but I think as parents we're tired of surveys and we want action. And I was like, there were parents in the comments who were talking about their kids jumping up for joy because their kids were going back to school. And I echo that when I talk to my daughter Magda or my daughter Penny, and I asked them, "Are you excited about going to school?" They said yes. And as I sit here, and now it's 11:30, at 9:30 I was excited because Dr. Wells was showing leadership, and now it's 11:30, and I see the board trying to find problems with specifics, little details. And we need our board and our administration to lead like Dr. Wells. What am I going to tell the 200 parents that we represent? So I urge you to dismiss the small things and focus on the big things. Clementina, Trustee Duran has talked about our house is on fire. It's on fire. My daughter hates school, and she is the best among the stories I've heard. She's not suicidal. She's not cutting herself. She reads. And yet we're talking about a survey. What are we doing? Berkeley is opening. I went to the Berkeley schools. We can do better. Like, I was so excited at 9:30 and it's 11:30, and I want to give up. So as a board, I implore you to do better. Stop finding details and start focusing on reopening. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy.
Yes, hello again, and well, good evening. I just want to echo the last couple of statements that your mission is to provide an excellent public school education. Everything else is a distraction. You could spend every board meeting, we could talk about this for a really long time. You really need to focus on providing an excellent public education. You needed to reopen. Berkeley did send a survey. They didn't hem and haw over the survey. They said, here's a survey. You have 3 days to complete it. You need to put in place an in-person, robust public education now because it's safe, it's effective. Anything else, what the teachers think, anything else is a distraction from providing an effective public education. It's not, the surveys are not well received. I think you know this. The surveys will, ask, do you want this rock or this hard place? And it's no explanation, no place for comments. That's the last survey we got. You guys would really have to consult a professional to have a survey that everybody would be happy with. I think that we have entrusted you to make an executive decision here. You've committed to reopening. Please just do that. We can work out the kinks as we go, but you need to get those kids back in the classroom now. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily.
Hi there. I didn't plan to speak, but I just some kids back in school and that families need that. I recognize that fully, and we want that to happen. I think we all do. The reason that you got to sweat the details on something like this, and the reason that I think I appreciate so much the board members who say, let's be driven by the reality and get some data. And I understand that it's frustrating for people to feel like that slows things down, but the reason is because it's really complicated to schedule all of this, because the binding decision that was already made was not the new information presented tonight. And so I appreciate very much that the board or members of the board are asked or want to give parents like realistic questions and let us answer them, and then you can make plans based on that realistic data. I think that the percentage of people who said they'd go back before did it based on schedules that potentially aren't going to be the schedules moving forward. And so thank you for recognizing just the complexity of all of that, and thank you for making your decisions based on data. Thank you. That's all. Have a good night, everybody. I know it's late. Goodbye.
Thank you. Sarah.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for staying late and for all of your work. I know you're all just working incredibly hard, our teachers included. I wasn't going to speak, but I am concerned that we just aren't moving fast enough to reopen fully the high school by the fall. It's just going to take a lot of legwork and a lot of details to work out. And so I just implore everybody to move quickly so that we can fully reopen by the fall in the high school. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Ben.
Hi, thank you. And thank you for the hard work of everybody on the board and at the district and of the teachers. I'm concerned that this new proposal is coming quite suddenly without a large amount of consultation with parents, and at least based on the information out there now, not a great deal of consultation with teachers who would be expected to implement it. And I think that any planning needs to reflect the fact that there are a broad array of parents and families in the district of diversity that are in different situations, and some are in a better, easier situation to keep their kids at home, and some are in an easier situation to have their kids go back to school. And there's different risks for different families of kids going back to school in terms of whether or not they have elders at home, whether or not they have people at home with health conditions. And that one of the most important principles that was laid out at last year when we first started talking about going hybrid was that there would be a remote option presented that would be not a totally asynchronous option or just an online option, but would involve the same kind of instruction from Albany teachers as families that elected to have their kids go in person as. And so I'm concerned that a simulcast model, if that's what's being considered, does not actually provide that to families who elect to have their kids stay at home, at least through the remainder of this school year. And so I think all of this needs to be considered much more thoughtfully and much more thoroughly and in a much more consultative process with teachers and with families than I see just in this short period now. Thank you.
Thank you. Jasper.
Hi, Joel again. I think in thinking about the need to engage families about this, I think one thing that just jumps out at me is just a few moments ago, the back and forth between Trustee Duran and Superintendent Wells about the fact that you could potentially use non-core teachers to teach core subjects. And I didn't quite understand the circumstances in which that would happen, but it does make me wonder, from a education perspective, are you providing the same quality education for all the students as much as possible? And again, it's just that question of trade-offs. President Hinckley, I liked how you framed the survey in terms of helping parents understand what the trade-offs are and articulating those kinds of dynamics for parents to get their input, I think would help the board make a better decision. So I think it's definitely a helpful step. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, board, it is quite late, and we do need to, I think, get some direction to staff. We've given quite a bit so that we can, finish this meeting and let them prepare for the next one. So let's start with Trustee Duran.
I still would like to do the survey. I think I just want to make it clear that any decision we would make would not be until Thursday. So if we could get a survey out Thursday and we meet again on Monday, then we're just adding 3 or 4 days. And I think that the difference between, our making a decision on Thursday and getting parent input about their kids, to me, weighs in favor of the parents. And student survey as well. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Davidson.
Okay, so we're just doing our next steps. I think I agree with Trustee Duran that we can take the couple days to hear from parents. I understand the urgency here. We are still starting hybrid education next week, hybrid learning. So we're still moving on that track. Nothing's getting slowed down. We're actually speeding up our process to offer more. So I think let's stay clear on that. Love to see a survey. Happy to help collaborate and brainstorm questions. However I can support with this, please. I'd be happy to help with that. Happy to meet these next 2 times and let's move it along.
Great. So I have a lot of notes and I have, I feel like I have direction to work with the team on a survey, schedule our next meeting, make sure there's time to do both, and some very detailed instructions for the kinds of proposals we want brought to us. So I think I have a strong sense of where we all are. We're not going to try to schedule that meeting right now. We do, I want to move us off of this agenda item unless there's anything that we need to discuss in order to prepare. Okay, and we do need to extend the meeting. So we have about 40 minutes of business left and nothing can be taken off. So we have to do all of it. And so maybe an hour would be, hopefully an hour will be enough because it's about 40 minutes scheduled. So I need a motion. And also I'm happy to, if we want to do just a few minutes break, I don't know how people are hanging in there. Is there anybody who really wants a break? Okay, Vice President Doss would like 3 minutes. But first we need to extend the meeting.
Move that we extend the meeting by an hour. Sorry, Vice President Doss, if I just cut you off.
It's all good. Second.
Are the student board members still here?
Yeah.
Can
we let them go? Is it okay, you guys? They have to be awake for school.
I'd rather stay for the next couple items. I don't know about Audrey, but
yeah, make them tough.
Okay, student trustee Corzo Clark.
Yes.
Student trustee Mala.
Yes.
Vice President Doss.
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd,
Yes.
Trustee Davidson,
Yes.
Trustee Duran.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, the meeting is extended for an hour. We're going to take a 3-minute break. So we will be back here at 11:43. Don't accidentally leave the meeting. All right, I'm not sure if we have all 5 of us here yet. Hopefully no one fell asleep on their break. Here we go.
We're all eating to stay awake.
I know. Yeah, that first year I drank a lot of Cokes, and then I realized that was a terrible habit. All right. So our next item is item 14-2, resolution to release temporary certificated employees. So we can take questions or a motion on this item.
Can everyone hear me? Okay. Yes. You were all frozen there for a second. Or anywho, we're having some internet issues over here. Right, the purpose of this item, this is a resolution to release temporary certificated employees. And we pass a resolution to be in compliance with the Ed Code that allows for us to do this. And often, in the past, we've received questions about what does it mean to be a temporary employee, to be on a temporary contract, and why do we issue temporary contracts? And so we have a little bit of background information here that explains that specifically the Ed Code allows us to issue a temporary contract to an employee if the employee is filling in a position either that really they're backfilling for a person who's on leave, who is a permanent employee, which means they are tenured and they have rights to the position. And so the temporary employee is coming in to fill in until that permanent employee returns. And so that's the agreement that we enter into. And so some of our contracts are full year temporary contracts and others are partial year temporary contracts. And this is just sort of a formal way of saying and sort of reminding all of us that this is coming to an end and here's the notice. And that's the purpose of this resolution.
Great, thank you so much. So now we can take questions or a motion on this item. Oh, sorry, I'm not seeing the hands. Vice President Doss.
Trustee Leo Corzo Clark had his hand up first. Go for it, young man.
Sure, thank you, Vice President Doss. I was just wondering what sort of the rationale behind these layoffs was. Is it like to conserve FTE? Is this a temporary thing based on like projections, or is this just like a sort of a permanent, like we're not expected to rehire these staff in later years?
It's not a layoff, just to clarify that piece. But I can see how the word release might imply, that this is some sort of reduction. So this is, again, just sort of a formal way of announcing that the temporary contract that we entered into at the beginning of the year, we're going to stay the course and it's going to close out at the end of the year, at the conclusion of the temporary contract. This is not at all related to reducing FTE from our certificated staff. This is saying that this person was filling in for this year, but now they're leaving because the original permanent person is coming back to their job. Yeah, not at all a layoff or a reduction in services.
Thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
Vice President Doss.
Yeah, I just had a question about the timing. So is there like a gap in time between when this person leaves versus when the next person starts? Or how does that work?
Meaning when the permanent employee returns to their position? They would be returning, in most cases, they are returning for the next school year. But we typically serve this notice, the release of temporary service, around March 15th.
Okay.
So we do it by March 15th, but there are a few months where, they're still working, they work through the end of the year, and then the permanent employee is restored to the position that they have rights to.
Got it. Thank you. That was my question. Thank you.
Any other questions, board? If not, we can. Oh. Yes, Trustee Duran.
Well, if there were no other questions, I was going to move that we accept this resolution. I don't have the number in front of me. I think I do. That we approve resolution 2019-20-17. Resolution release of temporary certificated employees.
I second.
I just now see a public comment request, which I assume is on this item. So hold on. Adeline.
Hi, this is Adeline, or actually Adeline's dad.
Hi, Ben.
Hi. Sorry to interrupt your flow here. A couple comments and questions briefly. I note from being on the budget committee that we're not in a fiscal crisis, so it sounds like these aren't for financial reasons, although I do understand that the contracts were for 1 year. My question is, are there temporary employees that are not being released, or are all temporary employees under hire with the district being released through this action? And also, if there is if there's a need for compensatory education, or kids to make up school on account of learning loss in the pandemic, is there any chance that some of these instructors might actually be useful for that before you release them? Yes.
Thank you. Marina, do you want to respond?
So I'll start with the second question. These folks can be, they're not prevented from being rehired in any capacity, right? We can hire them back, contract that they entered into. It's closing out. It's a formal way of saying, it's ending. But that doesn't mean that they have no opportunity for continued employment or to return or to, apply for some other position. So I guess the short answer is yes, that, they can be reemployed to provide services for our students in the future. And then I'm really sorry, it's really late. I forgot the first question.
He asked if all temporary contracts are being released, or is there some group that is not?
No, all of the temporary contracts are being released.
Thank you. Trustee Duran, we do have a motion and a second, but go ahead.
Sorry, that was my mistake, kind of late.
Oh, okay, great. So we can do a roll call.
Student Trustee Corzo Clark.
Yes.
Student Trustee Malaw.
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Trustee Davidson.
Yes.
Trustee Duran.
Yes.
Vice President Doss.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, resolution 2019-20-17 passes unanimously, and we move to item 14-3, the non-reelect probationary certificated employees. And I will turn it again to Marina.
Okay, thank you, Jules. So the purpose of this resolution is to comply with Education Code 44929.21. This section of the Ed Code relates to probationary certificated employees. So not temporary, we're talking about probationary certificated employees here. And under this Ed Code, if a district has decided not to re-elect the probationary employee for the following school year, then the district must take action to non-re-elect the employee and notice the employee by March 15th. And so this again is, we have a list of employee numbers for personnel who the district is choosing not to re-elect them for next school year. And in order to do that, and in order to be in compliance with the law, we need to make that happen under the resolution that you see here before you tonight.
Thank you. Any questions, board?
I was wondering if Ms. Gonzalez could just clarify what re-elect or non-re-elect means in sort of layperson's language.
So really is to invite the person back for the following year or not invite them back for the following year. And so in this case, next year, 2021, 2022 would be the employee's permanent year. And so the Ed Code allows for during the probationary period of employees, should the recommendation, it's sort of a reverse, not recommending for permanency, then we are notifying them that we are not inviting them back for that third year out, for that permanent year for the following school year.
Trustee Davidson, sorry.
We can just interrupt so you don't have to look at all our hands. So just to clarify, this would also mean that we would not hire them again in our district, or that is unlikely. And this is something that goes on the employee's permanent record.
So, right. So it's not likely that we would invite them for reemployment again. And in terms of a permanent record, this is, we do serve notice. It is a matter of public record. But I'm not sure to what extent you mean their permanent record, right? And to what extent it follows an employee. Right?
Okay. And then I also
stays here.
Oh, okay. If I could also follow up with just a little more information on the process by which we arrive at this choice to non-reelect employees.
No, we are unable to provide that information. That's not information that's subject to public disclosure.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go to public comment and then come back to the board. Ben Wallace.
Hi. Thank you for taking my question. So looking at the memo, it's a list of numbers. And it would seem that if the board is making a decision about these positions with no information, it's really a rubber stamp. especially when there's no information on the process by which this was arrived at. Could you tell us what these positions are and what campus these positions are located at?
Let me try to respond and to give clarification so that there's not misinformation out there. Personnel items is a personnel matter to be discussed exclusively in closed session with the board. And so the board does get information from staff. I didn't want that information saying that board rubber stamped, not this board, not since I've been working with it. The board takes matters very seriously and consider a whole lot of things prior to taking action. So I wanted to give clarification to the public on that one.
I think that hopefully that answered the question. Neri.
Thank you for taking my comment. I want to echo Ben Wallace's point. I think if it wasn't clear from his question, what the public deserves to know in the decision the board is making is how and which students are going to be affected by this decision. And there is no way for the public, parents, and their students to know that if there isn't at least a list of the name of the positions, not the individuals, that are being removed. Something to indicate and to prepare the parents for whatever change is coming down the line amongst all the other changes that they have to deal with continuously. And this is of particular importance of parents with children with disabilities because the relationships and the services that they receive are crucial and required by law. I don't know how many times the squad and individuals have to remind the district of that fact. If you do not follow that law, you're subject to liability. So please, here is one of those situations in which we need greater transparency, not the promise of it, but the delivery of it.
So I just want to reiterate Dr. Wells' point that I understand people want more transparency. This is a very clear-cut case in which we are not able to provide that transparency. We can't talk about personnel matters or individual personnel. I will, though, just say this is not about eliminating positions. So this is not a situation in which the board is approving a position itself not to be continued. That would be a different kind of resolution. This is simply a personnel matter, and that's why it can't be provided more specificity in public. Rachel.
I just wanted to support the board and that as a former public agency attorney, well-versed in the Board Act, that personnel matters absolutely cannot be discussed in public. And I just didn't appreciate the insinuation that you weren't complying with the law. And since I happen to personally know you are as an attorney, I wanted to support you. That's all.
All right, one more comment. Ben, I think this is Ben again.
Yes, I certainly didn't mean to insinuate any breaking of laws, just using a few more of the seconds that I had left on the table before. We're not asking for people's individual information to be released. We're asking about positions so that the public knows what kinds of services are going to be leaving the districts on account of the individuals that are removed. So we're asking for the positions. I had asked for the positions and the campuses, and that's not individuals. It's not people's names. It's not people's identity. Thank you.
So just to reiterate, positions are not leaving the district. So we hopefully will not be doing that this year, but you would certainly get much more clarity about that when and if there were resolutions brought about discontinuing positions. So we hear the concern about continuing services. All right, I don't see any other comments. Board, you can ask other questions or I'll take a motion. Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. I just wanted to be clear that I understand Mr. Wallace's question, and I wanted to make sure that it's not that the confidentiality about these issues also precludes us from saying what the position is that is occupied by the personnel members who are the subject of this.
I'd have to defer to Marina or Superintendent Wells, but I think with most personnel matters, if you say what position it is, then you're revealing who the person is. So I think that's the barrier.
Especially in a district this small. And we want to be very careful about disclosing or violating people's rights, personnel rights. That's why we tread lightly on having discussions about personnel in public, as Attorney referenced, who I said was right on target and hit the nail on the head about our responsibility, and then open ourselves up for liability because of misinformation that people provide sometimes in public.
Yeah, Trustee Corzo Clark.
Yeah, I'd just like to give a comment sort of for the future that since these positions are not being removed entirely, that when the district does restaff these positions, that they take very great care and effort to attract and hire the most qualified candidates for the positions. Obviously, I think that it's very tough to lay off people, and I just hope that the quality of care that students receive in their services would be continued despite the tumultuous overturn in staff that this district has seen in the past few years.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, board? Otherwise, I will take a motion. Yeah, Trustee Duran.
Sorry, I move that we approve Resolution 2020-21-18 for the non-reelect of probationary certificated employees, and numbers are highlighted below as identification purposes.
I second.
Student Trustee Corzo Clark.
Yes.
Student Trustee Mallah.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Trustee Davidson.
Yes.
Trustee Duran.
Yes.
Vice President Doss.
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes. The resolution passes unanimously, and we move on to item 14-4, the California School Board Association Delegate Assembly election. So, Dr. Wells, do you want me to present this?
Let me think for a moment. I think it might be most appropriate if you present it. Yes.
Okay, I don't know the first thing about it. I did read it because I read my packet, but all right, California School Boards Association, we elect Alameda County, we get to elect delegates to the assembly, and we have the ability to elect 3 people, and we have 3 candidates. So here's our list of current delegates, some of whom you might know, and there are 3. You can keep going. There are 3 vacancies, and these are the 3 candidates. Diane Jones from Fremont, Sarah Prod from Hayward, and Diana Prola from San Leandro. And the delegate assembly does things like votes on what positions CSBA should take. So it is important. Sometimes they don't take the positions that we vote for them to take. All right, Trustee Duran. Are you out? Your hand's up.
Why is my hand up? I have no clue.
I don't know.
Do we have
you want to make a motion?
Do we have to vote individually, or can we just say we vote for these 3 because there's 3 positions?
You could make a motion to elect these 3 candidates, all as one motion.
I so move that we vote to elect these 3 candidates for the 3 open positions.
I second that.
Okay, student trustee Corso Clark.
Yes.
Student trustee Mala.
Yes.
Trustee Davidson, we start with you.
Yes.
Trustee Duran.
Yes.
Vice President Doss.
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Great.
Great. The ballot passes unanimously. And we move on to item 14-5, the second interim financial report for our current year. So CBO Kim.
Good evening, board, Superintendent Wells, and community members. Good morning. Okay, let's see if I can do this really quick. I'll just go ahead and go to the presentation. So this item is for 2021 second interim report. The purpose of this item is analyze and revise the operating budget with the updated information, since we have now governor's January budget, and we communicate over finance conditions of our district to the board, to the county of Ed, and the state and community for the fiscal period ending January 31st, 2021. Okay, so the second interim is one of the routinely required state reporting with adoption, first interim, and fiscal close and annual audit. So this is one of the reporting that we do annually. And this will give you an update in revenue and expenditures since the first interim. And as you see, use the SACS report, which is the state reporting, is with the backup information. And this also has 3-year projection. So there are 3 kinds of certification. The district will certify as a positive for the second interim of 2021, means district will meet its financial obligations for the current and next 2 years. So a few items that I'm gonna do. So this is the enrollment projection, same as the first interim information, that we lost about 380 students in the past 6 years. And the differences from the first interim, the changes. So now the governor announced that we will have a COLA of 3.84 in 21-22. And let's see, 2.98 in 22-23. So there are some reductions we have made for the budget-wise in general fund expenses resulting from savings from our vacancies. Meaning, for example, we had a person who is retired, but we were still in remote that we didn't fill in the vacancies. And we also had some savings in our substitute. So there are savings of about 300K. And the lottery money will carry over to the next year, meaning I reduced the budget for expenditure budget for this year, meaning we are going to do a textbook adoption the next year, not this year. So there are other savings, less contributions to Fund 12, which is our Children's Center program, preschool and after school program, and also 60K less contributions to Fund 25. We received more money for development fees for our, I guess, multi-unit project on Keynes Avenue. So let's look at a big picture of our multi-year projection. So with the COLA 3.84 and 2.98 in 21-22, 22-23, we are looking at higher, of course, revenues. So here is the big picture where we are. So our projection shows a better picture than what it was in the first interim. So our reserve percentage went up due to, we are using any COVID related items. We're using the one-time funding from Fed and state. And we were able to have some savings in our general fund. As I mentioned earlier, from some positions that we have saved for temporarily, which is just one time. So meaning the moment we open up the school in person, they are all coming back. Okay, so we just had a savings for a few months. Okay, this is a pie chart, shows a big picture of our revenues. So normally we have a Fed revenue of about 2%, but now you see about 5% due to our one-time COVID funding, the CARES Act. And also you will see the expenditures, big picture. Usually you will see about 85 to 87% in our salaries and benefits. But this year we have more expenditures in our PPE, any ventilation related items, meaning we spend more money in consultant, address safety and health issues. And we also purchase air scrubbers. So there are more expenditures in consulting operating expenditures and also supplies. So now you see a little less in salaries and benefits. Okay, so the next step we have here is in April, we will have 1920 audit report. In May, we will have a governor's May revise. In the first meeting in June, there will be 21-22 budget public hearing. And the second board meeting in June, we will have the 21-22 budget adoption. So this evening, we are recommending for the board to approve the positive certification for 2021 second interim report. And I am ready for any questions the board may have.
So while people gather their questions, I just wanted to restate for those who are sort of new to this, each of these phases of the budget process, that the board has to approve the second interim, but the second interim is not a budget proposal. So the actual budgeting process will begin soon. Actually, it will begin with us having our budget training sometime in the next several weeks. But then with an updated budget in May, and then doing the work of figuring out how we want to use some of these funds and what we want to do for the coming year. So I just wanted to lay that out so the new members understand what it is we're approving tonight. We're not approving a budget proposal, we're just approving the situation that we're currently in. I did want to ask Jackie if you would mind, because you answered this you answered my question in the board notes about the additional money that we expect to get from state and federal sources just in the last week that was approved. So I don't know if you have that table that you made handy. I might be able to
Sure,
share it
let's
too.
Sure, that would be great.
You want
I
me-
don't have that.
Okay, let me see if I can. Last time this wasn't working, but. Let's see. All right, I'll figure out how to share it, but in the meantime, I'll start the questions because it's going to take me a second. Audrey, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was wondering on slide, let's see, 8, the multi-year projection planning factors. There's an increase, sorry, there's a decrease in ADA, but an increase in LCFF funding. So I was wondering how that works if the LCFF is based off of ADA.
So let's see, there is a decrease in enrollment here. Is that the question here? So, okay, so I guess-
Wait, I think this is state funding. So this is saying, I think I just answered my question actually. This is saying that we're getting more money from the state in 23 per student. Is that correct?
That is correct. Per student, that is correct.
Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Trustee Corzo-Clark.
Yeah, I'm wondering what is the sort of back to the same slide 8. What, like how the budget office sort of projected the decrease in ADA, while at the same time assuming that that enrollment would stay the same.
That's a good question. So this is a little odd year for everyone, for all the districts. So what happened is usually we get funded based on higher of current year or the last year. So in 21-22, we should get funded based on the enrollment of 3501, which is about ADA will be about 3,384. But we get one more year of safe havens, meaning we get to get funded based on 1920 numbers. Due to COVID, this is one more year of additional that we get extra. So currently we are getting funded based on our the previous year's 1920 years of enrollment and ADA, which is 3484. So that carries over to 21-22 year. So that's why you don't see a big dip here, but 22-23, we don't have that anymore. So that's why you will see the ADA of 3384.
Okay.
I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, perfect. And of course, we are projecting. Sorry. And of course, we are projecting our enrollment to be consistent. So we are hoping that this is the lowest point we hit with the IDT, and also with maybe families will come back after the COVID-19 phase. So then we are hoping that this will be our really the lowest point at this time.
Great, thank you. So I did find that picture, the table. I'm gonna grab it. Can you see it?
Yes, thank you.
So the table on the top is this 1,800,000 is money that is already in the presentation that Jackie gave, and that has been spent. But this new money is the state and federal money that has just been approved, which is not in the budget. And I had wanted to ask about this because, as Jackie said, we have a lot more money this year than we expected. We still have in the future a structural deficit, but we also have a lot of funds available for addressing things that we think might be important for the coming year or for summer school and other activities. So I just wanted to highlight that for folks, because as we move into, for example, our workshop on learning assessments and mental health, and as we move into our agenda item in a month about summer school, that there is a significant amount of funding available that we haven't yet allocated. And so just something for folks to be thinking about. Any other board questions? Yeah, Trustee Duran.
You know, the monies you have just spoken about, the new monies, does that include what one of our parents had mentioned, that Nettie mentioned about additional federal funding?
Yes, that is correct. If that, if that's.
And keep in mind, it's one-time money, so we can't use it for ongoing expenses.
Right, so we will have to address only. Sorry, so we will have to address only for one-time expenditures. I just wanted to echo what Dr. Wells said. Right.
Great. So we do have public comment. Shannon.
Hello, or good morning. I just wanted to say a couple of things. One is that whether or not this is the worst or the lowest enrollment year, I think highly depends on the communication about fall reopening and how well we communicate confidence to our parents that we will be opening in full in the fall. And second, I just wanted to extend two appreciations. The first one probably I think should go to the voters of Georgia, who are mostly responsible for that nifty little chart that Trustee Hinckley showed. And the second one, and really I just want to extend appreciation to CBO Kim. She's almost always the last speaker on these meetings, and yet she always seems like fresh and doesn't seem exhausted, and she's always very clear and coherent in a topic that's difficult to begin with. So I just wanted to extend my appreciation to her, and I hope you guys have a good night.
Thank you. Last time we didn't even let CBO Kim do her presentation, so I don't know which is worse. Great. Any other board? Sorry, I'm having a Zoom issue. Any other board questions or comments, or we can take a motion?
I move that we approve the 2020-2021 second interim financial report.
A second.
Student Trustee Corzo Clark?
Yes.
Student Trustee Mallah?
Yes.
Trustee Duran?
Yes.
Vice President Doss?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson? Yes, with 3 extra cheers for CBO Kim.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. The item 14-5 passes unanimously, and we are on our last agenda item 14-6, amendment to the overhead design build agreement for Ocean View.
Thank you. This one goes to our Director of Maintenance and Facilities, Ben Borrego. He's going to give you the abbreviated version.
Good evening, Board President Hinckley and board members. This is amendment number 6 to the agreement for the design build services for Ocean View Elementary. This amendment is broken down into 3 categories. design enhancements, agency requests, and unforeseen conditions. Under design enhancements, we have change order request 34. This came about as a result of mold being discovered in the ductwork on the C wing, and it was decided to replace the mechanical equipment and to replace it completely. The work is being done and it will comply with the 2019 ventilation code, and it also will be in line with the district's sustainability goals, which is that the system will be all electric. On change order request 35, it was decided that there would be a need to increase the usable square footage of the outdoor learning environments, and this was going to be done by moving the furniture closer to the railing. And as a result, there was a need to raise the height of the railing to prevent any serious injuries in the future. Change order request 37. This is another step in the installation of the low voltage system and components. That is to install the door contacts and video cameras through OHO technology, which was already approved, that step. And change order request 41 is also for an additional casework and electrical changes to the admin area of the school to ensure that there would be adequate space available for the administration staff to perform the day-by-day duties. Change order 44, there was a 2x2x2 meeting by the district and the city of Albany, and there was a request to install a bike path on the district side of Jackson Avenue. And so this feasibility review will see if that will be able to be done, and it hasn't been completed yet. Change order 46 regards the kindergarten outdoor area design. The teachers felt that there was a need to increase the size of the outdoor play area, so some additional cement work is being added. Under agency requests, East Bay Mud has decided to require sub-meters to the new buildings. There are 5 service connections with respect to the new buildings. And so this is to provide those sub-meters at those locations. A note is that in the existing buildings, East Bay Mud is not requiring that or this of that area. Under unforeseen conditions, change order 36 is unforeseen storm drain conditions, and that is on the original plans that were submitted for the design of this project. The storm drains aren't exactly located where it shows on the original plans, and so this is to be able to connect the new drains to the existing drains. On change order 39, this is another, and I'm going to say 39, 43, and 41 of these change orders presented tonight are basically the same. They're the COVID-19 site costs. 39 is for December, 43 is for January, and 51 is for February. And these are the COVID-related costs that are required of Overa construction to meet the Alameda County shelter-in-place order for the projects. Change order 40 is there's additional abatement required in the C wing. In addition, and this is in addition to change order 22 that was approved earlier. As the work progressed, there is more unforeseen conditions exposed, which would require additional abatement work. Change order 43 was the January COVID. And change order 47 as far as unforeseen conditions on the NPR and C ring, that was once the framing was installed, it was discovered that, again, the drawings submitted for the design did not match what they encountered. And we really have to commend our project manager, and that is DCA, because there was 20 requests for information, or RFIs. And of those 20, the program manager determined that only 7 were justified as unforeseen conditions. So this cost here would have been substantially higher had the expertise of DCA had not caught or been able to determine those unforeseen conditions. Change order 48 is similar to change order 36 in that it is, again, another storm drain connection where the original plans did not meet where the storm drains had to be connected, and this additional work was needed. The last item was the change order 51. Again, this is the February COVID-19 site costs for the project. The total of this amendment will be paid by the 2016 Measure B bond, and it is determined that this project will remain on schedule and will come in within budget. So we ask that you approve this amendment number 6. Any questions?
We do have some questions. Vice President Doss.
Trustee Davidson was first.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that, Vice President Doss. I'm always happy to go second. These are not directly related to this, but I'm just going to bring them in because I want to start the conversation on it. And I'm sorry it's so late. Thank you, Director Borrego, also for going last always. Just in terms of the storm drains on there and the connecting those, and we're spending money on that. I've been doing some research into this, and if we rethink our stormwater management on our school campuses and use different setups, we can actually possibly work with EdMud to have them fund some of these things, and it can also green our schoolyards and offer different play areas. So I just wanted to throw that crazy idea out there for us to have for future thought. Save us money and add green space.
Okay, thank you.
Vice President Doss, or I don't know if there was a lag. So, okay, go ahead.
No problem. My first question is about the drainage, the connectors. Says that there was something was missed, so then we had to pay in order for them to go back and connect. But why do we have to pay for that if they missed it in the original design? And then my second question is, am I reading that right, where we have to pay for their PPE on the project? Did I read that right, or am I misinterpreting that?
On your first question, for every project, it's what are described as as-built are provided for the project, and that basically shows any changes that were needed in the original construction. There are no as-built that I'm aware of that exist. So they were given the original drawings that show where the drain lines should have been. And because of that, because the as-built were not provided, they based their drawings on the original drawings, that is where the drain lines should have been. So it's not the fault of the architect when they designed the plans. It is because there was no as-built provided. Had those as-built been provided, then they would have made the drawings based on the changes that were done. And this is very common on all projects, the as-built being provided.
Okay. Who usually, or who was supposed to provide those, or who usually provides those?
That would have been the contractor of the original project when the school was built.
So can we like go back and get the money from them?
That'd be nice. And then with this project, there will be as-bills provided so that in the future, if there's any other projects that come about, they will be given accurate plans with changes.
Okay.
On your second question, could you repeat it, please?
And there was a numerous items that had like a list of like PPE that was provided. So is that, I'm just wondering if it sounded like we were providing it, or
it sounds like that. As far as the project is concerned, when it was budgeted, there was no virus or COVID-19 did not exist. So it is considered an unforeseen occurrence in that because of the virus, or the pandemic, I should say, the county required those projects to provide PPE protection. And so being that nobody was aware that the pandemic would come about, that falls under an unforeseen occurrence as well. And so the PPE has to be provided along with, there's several items that are required. And so that is added or charged to the project of which we would in essence be responsible for it. And that's why it appears that we're paying for it.
Doesn't feel fair, but I'll let somebody else. I mean, it just seems like if you're doing a project, you got to bring your own mask and wear your own gloves and do the project. I never.
And unfortunately, yes, and unfortunately, because it's a public works project, it's at prevailing wage and prevailing cost, so it seems a lot more expensive than what it might otherwise be.
Trustee Duran.
Yes, Mr. Borrego, could you just connect the dots for me for under the design enhancement, the change order 41, where there's casework and electrical changes so that there would be adequate space for administration to perform day-to-day duties?
That is where there was a walkthrough with the principal, and I will say, this is my opinion, a lot of times when they design these buildings, they don't go and ask questions of those that are going to be using the building. And so a walkthrough was done, and the principal, knowing how the office space was going to be used, felt that there were some changes needed as far as additional storage for supplies and so forth, and in addition to additional outlets and other electrical items. And so that is what brought about the request to make the changes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I can't see all the. Thank you, Director Borrego, for presenting this so late and answering all our questions.
Thank you.
It looks like we might be ready for a motion.
I move that we review and approve the amendment to the agreement for the design build services for the Ocean View Elementary rebuild project by and between Albany Unified School District and C. Overa and Company.
Second.
Student Trustee Corzo Clark.
Yes.
Student Trustee Malone.
Yes.
Vice President Doss.
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Trustee Davidson,
Yes.
Trustee Duran.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. The amendments passed unanimously, and we are done with our action items. Yeah, thank you so much. And I'm going to try to share our upcoming agenda items.
President Hinckley, while you do that, I wanted to, I just got a message from one of our community members, and she wanted to pass on her thanks to our director, Ben Barrega, for always having a positive attitude and staying up late and providing us with all the excellent information that we need to make informed decisions. So thank you, Mr. Barrega. We really do appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for sharing that. All right. So am I sharing this with you? Okay. All right. So I have one item from tonight and one item that I'm remembering from the students. So we passed that set of recommendations. I made a note about we need an agenda item to form the committee that was part of that recommendation. I've added in here our future special meetings on reopening, our upcoming workshops, and the big ticket items on each of the upcoming board meetings. So let me know if there are other agenda items, and I'll make sure they get into our list. And so the item I remembered, Trustee Corzo Clark, with maybe what you're going to say, is the mental health attendance resolution that you emailed me about. So I don't know if that is what you're going to mention, but go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I was going to bring up that, but I had another question, not about adding an item, but about the sort of establishment of the committee, the equity committee that we discussed earlier this meeting. Is there like already like an existing framework of or like bylaws for that committee that exist, and if so, would those like be developed before we approve that? And who would do that? I don't know if you can answer those questions, or if that's something that we should consider. But.
Yeah, so in the past, or at least I've been here when we've created one committee from scratch, we would need to have as an action item a discussion about the composition of the committee, the purpose of the committee, and then once we establish the composition, then because if we agree to have a board appointed committee, then we need to solicit applications for each of the appointments. So I think we would do almost all of that work during the meeting, but we can certainly bring models of other committees that we have so that people can see how those are structured. Does that sort of answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thank you for that.
Okay. Well, I can't see that and you guys at the same time. Are there any other agenda items?
I would just like to make maybe a time when we touch base on how we're going to use our outdoor spaces and the update from Dr. Wells and his connection with the city, if that's possible, on utilizing more outdoor spaces for a return.
Great. So we do, I didn't put it on this list, but we do still have the standing reopening report. And so I think we can keep folding these additional questions. I think the other piece, assuming that our next workshop is really focused on, or our next discussion of reopening is really focused on the spring, I think we still need to come back to the fall and make sure that if there are items that we need to be planning, that we're doing that. So I think those things can be part of the reopening item that we have on each agenda now, at least for several weeks or months. Anything else? All right, so we will be in touch about the upcoming meeting, and yeah, I don't even know what day it is right now. So we are adjourned, and you'll hear from somebody soon. All right.